Steve, you're all set to begin at the top of the hour.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed to YouTube. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at RedistrictingMI to find the link for either viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. We have ASL interpretation available for this meeting. If you are a member of the public watching who would like easier viewing options for ASL interpreter, on your screen, please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we will provide you with additional viewing options. Similarly, members of the public who would like to access translation services during this webinar can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for details on how to access language translation services available for this meeting. Translation services are available for both Spanish and Arabic. Please email us and we will provide you with a unique link and call-in information. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at redistrictingmichigan.org for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those transcriptions will be made available and posted on redistrictingmichigan.org along with written public comment submissions. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Tracy Weimer, Media Relations Director at the Department of State. Members of the media should have her contact information. For purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present. Sally, would you kindly call the roll?
Good morning. Commissioners, please unmute yourself and say present when I call your name. Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
Doug Clark,
Present.
Dustin Witches,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present.
Rhonda Lang,
Present.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Steve Lett.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Everybody being here, we do have a quorum and business can continue. You should have received a agenda prior to the meeting. And are there any additions, deletions, or corrections? Any new business to add to the agenda? Hearing none, I would propose that the agenda be adopted as presented. All in favor, please raise your hand. The agenda is adopted. The minutes of the last meeting were distributed prior to today. And if there are any corrections, we would entertain them now. Any additions or deletions? Does anybody have any of those? If you would approve the minutes as presented, do so by raising your hand. The minutes are approved as presented. We do, as my understanding, have a public comment. Is that still correct, Sally?
The individual who signed up isn't on.
At this stage, and if they come on, we will take them, but at this stage would be the time for public comment. Because this is a virtual meeting, members of the public had to sign up in advance to address the commission. Staff of the Department of State would unmute each member of the public for up to 2 minutes on a first come, first served basis. This means that members of the public would be called on in order in which they signed up to address the commission. To those members of the public participating in public comment, please note that you would have no more than 2 minutes to address the commission on any given morning. You can also submit your thoughts to the commission and the public by emailing redistricting@michigan.gov. The Department of State will provide your written thoughts to the commission, and they do. By indicating in that email that you would like to submit your written comment as public comment, it will be included in the online meeting archive for the commission. Public comment sign-up links are also posted on Redistricting Michigan social media pages on Facebook and Twitter @redistrictingmi. Sally, are they on yet or not?
No, still not on.
All right. With that, we will move on to old business. First up in old business would be an update from the Department of State staff. Sally.
Good morning, everyone. For the public watching, Sally Marsh, Director of Special Projects at the Department of State. A couple updates for you all. So I'm gonna run through them and then let me know if you have any questions, because I know you have a lot to get to today. So your compensation through Kelly Services, you all have been contacted by Kelly Services at this point in the stages of finalizing your paperwork. Wanted to provide clarification that, as I'm sure you've all become aware, that you will not be 1099, you will be on the payroll of Kelly Services, which means you will receive a W-2. This is how you get on their payroll. It's sort of how Kelly Services works for other individuals in the same way within the Legislative Council. And I've asked that, I've asked them to do everything possible to get you on the payroll starting next week so that you would have your first sort of paycheck of your compensation on December 24th, because they do pay each week for the previous week. So it would start on December 14th, would be sort of your first day, and it go through that week, and then you'd get paid the following week. And, just wanted to assure you all that we made it clear both in the paperwork we had to fill out, clarifying that you weren't paid hourly, and also, made it clear with Kelly Services individuals, the sort of uniqueness of your role, and that you are, public officials. And so that's part of what took a minute to get all of this to you, but that's how those logistics are working. In terms of the catch up back pay, it will appear on your paperwork and your compensation as a bonus and be processed as and taxed accordingly. Once you're in their system, so once you're officially hired, they will be able to process it. And so for all of you who were originally selected back in August, that amount is calculated from October 1st to December 14th. For Rebecca, it will start after you were randomly selected. And they've assured me they can process that relatively quickly once you all are in their system. So I would expect next week I'd be able to provide an update for all of you on the timing of when that will get delivered, but they hope to do it before, just before Christmas, similar to your payroll. We also spoke to Kelly Services about employees, the one you're about to formally hire, and in the future, they should not have trouble processing them, and are prepared to do so relatively quickly once hired. They'll have to make some adjustments to the paperwork that they had to prepare for all of you, but relatively minimal. And I had a question last week about the markup, or sort of the compensation for Kelly Services for doing this payroll work for all of you. It is a 1.26 markup. So each of your weekly compensation, what's taken out of the commission's budget is an additional 0.26%, which goes to Kelly Services. So happy to provide more information if you'd like. And then computers, as with many things, it's not just as simple as mailing these computers to you, because they will be state devices. There'll be additional security and other things that need to get set up. So our team is working to procure those computers. Steve just approved, to do it as well for the initial 3 employees you plan on hiring. They will be sent to state buildings so that they can be set up within the state network, again, for security purposes and other things. And then a field service representative from the Department of Technology Management and Budget will contact all of you once they're ready to deliver them, and they'll actually have to meet up with you in person at a place, at a public place with Wi-Fi, so that you can do the final password and other security setup before taking your computers. So we're trying to expedite that process. Our team got approval yesterday to expedite the approval processes for those computers and other things. So I hope that will happen in the next several weeks. With the holidays, it is a little bit of a question mark, but I'll update you on timing as soon as I have more of a clear sense of when those will be available. And then also just wanted to say, per your request, I was able to meet with Sue Hammersmith earlier this week, and we'll be meeting with her several more times before the holidays to bring her up to speed and provide any support we can as she starts to get to work for all of you. So that is my update. I know that was kind of a lot. Any questions?
Okay, if there are no questions, thank you, Sally. And having mentioned Sue, I'm going to assume she's watching. Hi, Sue. glad to have you on board as soon as we get all the paperwork done. Next will be the employment contract. Hopefully everybody received one of those today, early this morning or late last night, and have had a chance to go over them. Are there questions or comments? Rhonda?
Okay, I actually have 3 questions and 2 of them should be relatively quick. On the compensation for services on page 1, where it says total amount of compensation for services and expenses during the term of this contract shall not exceed the contract value set forth on contract cover page. Is there an additional page that we did not receive, or is the contract cover page page 1?
I'm assuming that there is a cover page somewhere. Mike or Sally?
Good morning, Mike Brady, Chief Legal Director, Michigan Department of State. I don't believe that there is a separate cover page. It may be, the more appropriate thing would be the initial offer letter, which Rhonda and Doug had relayed, and this commission had reviewed and approved at its meeting last week. You know, as noted, at least in my conversations with Steve and some of the correspondence, in just prior, discussion with the commission, this is a standard template contract that the state uses. And so that may very well be something, it's a great catch, Rhonda, something that could be clarified to not reference the cover page, but reference the offer letter. Dated, I think, what was it, December 3rd? December 4th, whatever that was.
Okay. Question 2.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a good point. Let's amend this by putting them as set forth in contract, cross out cover page, and then leave unless otherwise amended by contract addendum. If we're not going to have a cover page, we'll just get rid of that language. Okay. Next question.
Question 2 is on the reimbursement for actual expenses, where it talks about the travel expenditures will be eligible for reimbursement. I'm questioning, should the hotel and meals, if say like we go to the UP and it's an overnight meeting when we do our meetings, is that something that is included in those expenses? And it says reserves the right to deny reimbursement of any expenses for which approval was not sought pursuant to this contract. So is she going to have to, I guess in our conversation with Sue, it was brought up that the same expenses which we would incur, like if we have to stay out of town because of travel distances, that hotel would be reimbursed based off from state guidelines, mileage based off from state guidelines, and any food based off from state guidelines. So should that not be included in there?
Well, I guess I thought travel expenditures will be eligible for reimbursement based on standard state of Michigan guidelines. Doesn't that cover?
So that is going to include then the hotel. I just wanted verification just to make sure.
Well, sure, but I mean, it also says it for pre-approvals, you can't go up and stay on Mackinac Island at the Grand without getting pre-approval.
Right, I get that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Third
And my,
question.
It looks like Mike has a point.
She has another question. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Go first.
Mike.
Rhonda, so the way that I looked at, with respect to your second question, looking at 3.2 reimbursement for actual expenses. So there's 2 sentences there. The second sentence explicitly talks about travel expenditures. The first one talks about reimbursement of any expense. So imagine a situation, again, I don't think the first sentence concerns travel at all because the second sentence explicitly does. So if, for example, you someday, maybe in the summer, you're having a public meeting, you're up in Northern Michigan, you're anywhere, frankly, and then you realize 30 minutes before the meeting or an hour before the meeting, or frankly, she's on the way to the meeting, and you realize that you didn't get enough of the flyers of whatever, right? I'm just making this up, obviously. And so she stops at FedEx, Kinko's on the way, and she, prints off 100 flyers of some information that you guys have, and she just didn't get a chance to make a copy in the office. that is an actual expense. It is not a travel related expense. And so the question would be, is that the sort of thing that she should do? And the answer is like, probably you want her to do that. If you give, if you're in the habit of giving out, again, this theoretical, hypothetical flyer at a meeting and she doesn't have enough, then you probably want her to actually do that. So 3.2 talks about reimbursement for an actual expense that she would have incurred by printing additional copies. And this is simply saying, you reserve the right to not do that, to not reimburse her if she didn't check with you first. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't reimburse her, just you're reserving the right. So that's, I think there's kind of a difference there. With respect to the travel expenditures, Rhonda, the questions you asked would certainly be covered by the state guidelines on travel, which certainly speak to meals, certainly speak to mileage reimbursement and hotel, and are certainly consistent with Steve's point about not staying at the Grand Hotel in Mackinac Island. Hope that's helpful.
Well, that would be a good place to have one of our 10 meetings.
Yeah.
Other questions, Rhonda?
Very inclusive.
Yes, I have one last one, and Mike is going to be handy for this one, I think. When we get down to our non-discrimination under the Elliott-Larsen Civil Rights Act, I agree, any state and federal acts as far as that goes, but it also lists Executive Directive 2019-9, which that directive states a department, board, commission, or any agency within the executive branch of state government subject to supervision by the governor under Article 5, Section 8 of the Constitution. So I went to Article 5 of the Constitution, and it says each principal department shall be under the supervision of the governor unless otherwise provided in this Constitution, which in Article 5, Section 2 of the Constitution, it specifically states, if I'm reading it right, that we are not under the supervision of the governor, that we are independent. Not that I'm disputing anything about discrimination. Obviously, I believe there shouldn't be any discrimination, but it also states in there that there's one little part that says partisan considerations. So is partisan considerations about their political leanings? Because I don't see how this would, when it says in Article 5, Section 2, the people declare that the powers granted to the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission for state and congressional districts, hereinafter commission, are legislative functions not subject to the control or approval of the governor, are exclusively reserved to the commission. The commission in all of its responsibilities, operations, functions, contractors, consultants, and employees are not subject to change, transfer, reorganization, or reassignment, or shall not be altered or abrogated in any manner whatsoever by the governor. So I'm just asking, does this executive director, and it's in hers, but are we not actually the employers? So I guess that's my question as far as this executive director 29-9, how does it pertain to us in the commission and the Constitution?
Go ahead, Mike.
Lovely question, Rhonda. I think as noted, this is a standard template contract that's used by state government, which for the most part would be government that falls within the executive branch. I think the basic answer to your question would be, is this commission obligated to comply with the executive director, any executive director issued by a governor with respect to employment or things along those lines? I think for the reasons you laid out, I don't think that it is. I don't think that you are. If you wanted to include this, you could certainly include this in your contract because you have plenary power as a commission to, you could strike executive director and simply say, employee agrees to not discriminate against for the following reasons, because that's something that you collectively as a commission have the authority to do if you want to do that. And you could say, consistent with executive directive, or you could just strike the executive directive altogether, or you could strike, all the things that are kind of delineated from the executive directive. But I think notably that I think it's that second sentence that, lays out agrees to not discriminate against the following things. That's not all from the executive directive. That's a combination of the Elliott-Larsen Civil Rights Act, the Disability Civil Rights Act, Persons with Disabilities Civil Rights Act, and the Executive Directive 2019-09. So at the very least, for good housekeeping to your question, I think you are not obligated to keep Executive Directive 2019-09 in there. I think you can strike that. I think the other things that speak to where and when you can discriminate or not discriminate are otherwise bound by the 2 state laws that are in there that I think would certainly cover anyone, including members of the legislature, would be my sense there. Very good question.
Okay, so then the suggestion, at least currently, is to strike everything after MCL 37-1101 to the end of that sentence, which does make some sense. Is there any discussion
After
on that?
EdSec.
Rhonda?
I would agree to that. I think based off from state and federal equal opportunity employment guidelines and laws, like the Elliott Larson says, we can't discriminate based off religion, race, color, national origin, sex, height, weight, familial status, or marital status. I think by having this executive director in there and the partisan considerations, because part of our job of what we've been doing is seeing if people are overly partisan to truly remain independent. So I think that that part should be stricken from our contract. That's just my opinion.
Hey, we'll consider that a motion. Does anybody second it? Cynthia seconded. All in favor? Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Strike everything after MCL 37-1101, striking EdSec through the end of the sentence. That it, Rhonda? Okay. Doug, I think.
I would keep EdSec. EdSec references MCL 37.1101. It's like and following. So other things as part of that same law. I think you want everything after EdSec, which is
Right.
really you want everything
You're
that
correct.
begins with
You're correct.
and executive directive.
Everybody got that?
Say that again, please.
So,
Yeah, everything, we're going to strike everything after EdSec.
Oh, after X.
Yeah.
For those watching at home, EdSec,
And-
Latin, and following. It's abbreviation.
Doug?
Yeah, a couple quick questions. Most of my questions were the same as Rhonda had. Let me make one quick clarification on 3.2, Mike. That first sentence, that would include reimbursement for things like office supplies and that sort of thing if necessary. I think that was what you had.
Yes, I believe it would.
Yeah,
And in
because
practically
that's,
speaking,
okay, because that's one of the things that we discussed with Sue. On 3.1, your last sentence, payment will be issued via payroll. Does that mean Michigan State payroll? Does that mean Kelly Services payroll? Or does it generic term good enough?
Sally
The way we
shaking her
structured
head
it, Kelly
yes as to
Services.
Kelly Services. Kelly
What's that?
Services.
consistent with your own.
Kelly Services? Okay. Let me see if I got anything else. Rhonda covered most of it. A clerical note, I think, just above number 3, compensation for services provided, there's a 13. I think that needs to go.
Where are you talking?
Above number 3, compensation for services provided, page 1,
Yes.
there's a 13. Number 13,
Forgive me, I don't see that.
you don't see it. I wonder why I got that. Okay,
Does anyone else see it?
well,
Not on my copy.
maybe it was something to do with my printer when I printed it.
We'll clean it up.
Okay, yeah, and that leads into my last question. When this thing gets finalized, will Rhonda and I present it to Sue like we presented the other thing, or is someone else going to do that?
Well, I think that would be appropriate. It's set up for the chairman's signature, so I could sign our copy and you guys can present it.
Yeah, if you can sign it and send it over to us, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, then we'll take care of that. It's part of what we've been doing. Okay, good.
Cynthia? Cynthia, do you have a question? No? MC, you got your,
I'm just thinking that it does seem wise, like we might want to, we're moving in the direction of like a personnel committee. And I want us to consider how we're going to go, operate after this. You know, if we're like our executive director, we're going to need some structure that, you know, our commission is going to have to create more structure other than just the subcommittees that we've had who hired. So I think we might want to start considering, I'm not making any motion right now, but I like the idea that we have consistency and continued oversight, I suppose, with certain individuals that help us.
Sally, can you put that on one of our agendas at some point in time?
Yes.
Thank you.
And actually, I had a question. I just want to make sure that we have the edits exactly as discussed and voted on. So for just going back to the non-discrimination section for a moment, deleting and Executive Directive 2019-09. But then I also heard Rhonda mention the partisan considerations and removing that, which would be within the following sentence. So just deleting that phrase, is that what's intended, or did you all intend to delete everything after Executive Directive 2019-09? Right, because I just wanted to be clear, because
No, but
partisan considerations is in the next sentence.
We do have, as defined in Executive Director 201909, which we just took out, so we need to take that out. Does everybody see what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
You shouldn't can take it out.
Pardon? Pardon, Mike?
I'm just saying that you certainly can take it out.
Yeah. So I would, since we took it out in one place, we probably better take it out in the other place.
And the partisan considerations was part of that executive directive. So I get what you're saying. My recommendation would be to leave in everything that applies to the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act regarding religion, race, color, national origin, sex, height, weight, etc. would be my recommendation. I thought that's what we were doing.
Well, you've got one, height, weight, marital status, partisan considerations. Are you saying that we are going to discriminate on partisan considerations, or no?
What I'm saying is the executive directive is the one that had the partisan considerations. And in our role as the commission, we've tried to take politics out of it as much as we can. So what I moved, and when we were discussing this, is we get rid of the executive directive, which would also get rid of the partisan considerations, because we've already given consideration to previous applicants based on politics.
Well, anybody have anything to say about that?
I think Mike does.
Mike?
So a couple of things. One is the way that I've not prepared a full legal analysis of the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act for this commission today, because there's not a question that previously been posed, nor have I reviewed just the full state of federal and state law in terms of other prohibitions that may very well exist in the law on discrimination against folks for the basis of partisanship. So I just want to note that, if the executive directive talks about certain things, I would not be surprised if the executive directive 2019-09, frankly, builds on or clarifies some restrictions on discrimination that already exist in other state laws. But again, as noted, I, haven't posed that question to the Attorney General or gotten a formal, legal analysis for this commission. I think even if there is a prohibition under state law that would otherwise be binding on, folks in the state, including the legislature, potentially, or a legislative body such as yourself, your commission, comes directly from the state constitution, and your commission does include specific consideration of partisan affiliation and nonpartisan affiliation. And so I think, just to say that there may very well be a distinction. I'm not saying there is, but there may very well be a distinction between this commission's ability to consider partisan affiliation or lack thereof per the language that is in the Constitution itself versus the ability of one of your employees to discriminate on the basis of partisanship. I don't, mean to kind of make too fine a point there. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't matter. The only point is to say it might matter, and I'm not prepared to speak to that, nor do I have any analysis from the AG's office, in that particular question. So I certainly appreciate that. Just want to clarify that.
Anybody else?
And so to just sort of clarify my questions, the edits that I made per the vote that you all took, deleted and Executive Directive 2019-09. I also heard Steve want to remove the parenthetical as defined in Executive Directive 2019-09. So right now that's the edit that's been made. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And if there's something else, before we move on, I just wanted to be consistent with all of you and your understanding.
Anything other than those two items?
Rebecca?
Yeah, I was just going to add in my experience as an attorney, you can't change the requirements of the law by contract. So we can't change the applicability of the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act or executive orders to us simply by taking it out of the contract. So that's just kind of my thoughts on that. I mean, we can take it out if we want, but the law is still going to apply regardless of what we agree. So.
But I would have to argue that this executive directive does not apply to us based off from the Constitution.
And I think you're right on that, Rhonda, in terms of the executive directive. Rebecca is absolutely right that whatever we say about state law, specifically in this case, the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act, doesn't matter because that is state law and that governs everybody, including the legislature. The executive directives, however, not executive order, which we've all collectively experienced throughout the course of 2020, but executive directives, apply to the executive branch of state government. And this commission is not in the executive branch of state government. This commission is a body of the legislature, very intentionally. And Rhonda, your analysis there, I think, is correct. As I noted, that means that you actually have a choice. You could include the executive directive because you can do whatever you want, but you're not bound in the way that Sally and I, for example, being employees at the Michigan Department of State, are bound because we're within the executive branch of state government.
Okay, we've got those two edits. Any others that we need to do? MC.
I was just going to request that it be read, that section 4.5, as it's been I guess I'm just asking that we have the final, whatever we've decided, like the stricken, what's been stricken and not, can we just have that read out?
Sure.
Maybe also split screen, Sally?
Yes, I can't share my screen from where I am right now, unfortunately. So I'll read it out to all of you. Sorry. So it's 4.5, non-discrimination. Under the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act, 1976, PA 453, MCL 37.2101, Latin et sec, as Mike already identified. The Persons with Disabilities Civil Rights Act, 1976, PA 220, MCL 37.1101 et sec. Employees agree not to discriminate against an employee or applicant for employment with respect to hire, tenure, terms, conditions, or privileges of employment, or a matter directly or indirectly related to employment because of race, color, religion, national origin, age, sex, height, weight, marital status, partisan considerations, any mental or physical disability, or genetic information that is unrelated to the person's ability to perform the duties of a particular job or position. Breach of this covenant is a material breach of this contract.
Any questions on what's there? Rhonda?
I still question the partisan part of it. For the simple fact, our commission is supposed to be impartial, and we're trying to fill seats in as an impartial as possible manner related to politics and who's made what donations and this and that. And I think adding that, I mean, this is for our executive director, so I understand that, but we are the employers. So what does that say about us as the employers? I mean, this commission is kind of unique, I think, in that aspect.
I guess I don't read it that way. I guess I read it that if someone comes in to be hired by the executive director and approved by us, quite frankly, we have the final say on all hires, that we can't say, well, you're a Democrat, so we're not going to hire you if they qualify otherwise, or you're a Republican, so we're not going to hire you, or you have to be a Democrat, or you have to be a Republican. That's what it says to me. I mean, half of us, no, a third of us are Republicans, a third of us are Democrats, and a third of us are independent. I would dare say that the independents probably have some leaning one way or another throughout their lifetimes. So to say that partisan considerations do not come into this commission is totally wrong, because one of the items, one of the things we have to look at when we're drawing these maps is political considerations.
So if that's one of the things we have to look at as this commission, would it not make sense to take that out?
It makes eminent sense to me to leave it in.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying, Rhonda, is that if we take it out, I think we set ourselves up for bias in a way that doesn't suit our independence. I think we have to keep it in order to keep it, frankly, so we're not that we are discriminating, so to speak, in our thought process, and our staff are discriminating in their thought process, because it's to say that we can be can any of us be objective? I think that's what we're suggesting, and I don't know that any of us can be exact. We each have a bias, no matter how much we try to be, deliberate and open, right? We each have a bias, and I think what it's suggesting here is that to keep in the partisan considerations, make sure that we can enforce some statute of you have to consider it, and help us understand as a commission, like, why did you bias? Like, why was it, why is this district drawn this way? I think it's important that we keep it in.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Well, let's vote on this, because obviously it's a contentious issue, and I would entertain a motion to, I guess a motion would be to leave partisan considerations in. Somebody like to raise that as a motion, please? Juanita, raise it as a motion. You have a question, or you're raising it as a motion? Okay, I'll take it as a motion. Second?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, all right. Any further discussion? Give you one last try, Rhonda.
I've tried everything I can. Maybe I'm looking at it from a different perspective than others. I'm looking at it as we set a precedent with looking at people's political affiliations in our hiring process already. So I guess I'm looking at it in a different perspective.
Yeah. All right. All in favor of leaving in the words partisan consideration, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. All opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2. 5 to 2. Those abstaining, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's that do for us, Mike?
I'm sorry, did the
I
motion
don't think
pass?
we have enough votes to pass the motion. We have
Perhaps
5,
just given the other items.
Go ahead.
So you asked that it be left in. I actually wondered whether, frankly, it is in, and I guess you could have asked for it to be struck. If you don't have the votes, perhaps this could be, the overall contract could be approved conditionally, pending, like that specific question could be posed, and I could ask the AG's office for an analysis on it, to come back with a fuller, discussion. It may very well be that, there's kind of a clear answer either way, or that there's some other thing in state law. As I noted, again, this was not a question that had been put to us before. And so we did not look into that, whether the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act, for example, already prohibits exactly this, anything along those lines, or if not Elliott Larson, maybe there's something else that prohibits discrimination on the basis of partisanship. So, we could look into all of that, and then you could still approve the rest of the contract on the condition of this one, piece being revisited at a later time, because there are a lot of other things that will flow from executing this contract and getting your executive director on board.
Well, if there's a motion to remove it, we're going to leave it in. If there's a motion to remove it, does anybody want to try it that way? Rhonda wants to try it that way, right? Is there a second? Is there a second? I'll second it. So the motion is to remove the words partisan considerations. Sally, we'll take a roll call vote.
Commissioners, I'm going to call you by name in reverse alphabetical order. Please say yes or no when I call on your name.
Everybody's clear on the motion. The motion is to remove those two words. Okay.
So
go
by
ahead.
saying yes, you say you want to remove it. By saying no, you say you don't want to remove it.
Correct.
Steve Lett,
No.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
No.
MC Rothhorn,
No.
Juanita Curry,
No.
Janice Villette,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Abstaining.
Dustin Witches. Oh, Dustin had to leave the meeting. He'll be back later. Doug Clark,
No.
Cynthia Orton,
Abstain.
Brittany Kellum,
Abstain.
Anthony Eade,
No.
7 no votes.
Okay, 7 no,
2 yes.
2 yes, and 3 abstain. Okay,
So it
That's
failed.
correct.
the words
So it
stay in.
stays in.
Anything else?
Can we just make sure, Steve, I'm thinking for the future, to add to a future agenda, I think we should understand how we use abstain. I want to understand it for myself, like why or how, what abstain actually means. So that'd be useful for me to understand it as a difference between yes and no. So I would appreciate sort of clarification. Again, not asking for that now because we have interviews to get to, but I think it's important because we've had some abstentions in the last 2 meetings, and
Pretty simple. They're not voting yes and they're not voting no. And if we can't get enough votes out of to pass it, it's just the same as the opposite vote or whatever the motion was. Does that make sense? We still have to have
in my
enough
experience,
votes.
there's a reason for it. And I guess what I'm suggesting is that it would help me understand for us, like how we use it or don't use it. I think I can see us getting into sticky situations if we choose to continue abstaining without understanding. I mean, I hear what you're saying and I agree with what you're saying. It's just how we use it. It's the use of it. And it feels like we could be setting ourselves up for something.
Guess you'd have to ask the person that abstained.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There's nothing else on this than the contract as amended. I'll take it up as a vote. If this is approved, please raise your hand. All those not approving the contract as amended, raise your hand. 2. Okay. Any abstentions? No. Okay. It passes. once I get a clean copy, I will sign it and I will get it to Doug and Rhonda for them to get to Sue. Okay. Next, we're up to the proposed questions for general counsel interview. Brittany, you want to lead the conversation on this for us, please?
Sure. I guess I'd like to start by asking if anyone has any thoughts on questions that should be removed if you've had the opportunity to review the proposed general counsel interview questions. Ones that we don't want right off the bat. Yes, Doug?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that our committee, the general counsel committee, this was put together in the committee, and then each of the committee members have looked at it. So it's gone through that type of review at this point, and we can do a further review and add or delete at this point. And I also want to make point that the committees will ask the questions. I mean, we've MC and Richard, myself, and Richard has opted out so that we can have an attorney, which would be Rebecca. She said she would help ask the questions. So we've got 3 people.
Okay. Thank you for that context, Doug.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any other thoughts? So we're fine with the 17 questions as listed. Doug?
If we're fine with it, MC, why don't you take the first 6, Rebecca, number 7 through 12, and I'll take the remainder.
Yes, Anthony.
17 questions kind of sounds like a lot. Is there any that we can deem more important than other ones so we can kind of maybe cut it down a little bit?
What about number 11?
I was just going to say the same thing.
Any other questions? What do we think of 13? I'm kind of good at eliminating questions.
Yeah, I was just looking at 13 as well. Maybe that should be eliminated.
Yeah. I would take out 14 too, because do you honestly think someone's going to say no to that question? I mean, it's
That's what I was gonna. Yep.
It's sort of a fluff question. They're going to be like, of course I'm comfortable insisting on legally sound decisions. I mean, we're not going to get any other answer than that. So,
Yep. I agree. Well, we have 45 minutes with each person.
Mm-hmm.
So
What about number 16? I don't have a pressing feeling about it, but I just am drawing it to your attention. Should we have to go to court? Are you experienced with working with the legal team? Explain your role and responsibilities during this type of situation.
Well, I think that's a pretty good question. The reason being,
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad question.
if we get to that point, well, we're going to get to that point at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So let's find out what they think they're going to
What
be.
their answer is. Okay, that's fair. Thank you, Steve.
maybe 10.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, you want to strike that one then?
Yeah. So right now we're eliminating question 10, 11, 13, and 14.
Correct.
That leaves us with 13 questions left. I think that's
12. No, 13, yeah.
12.
13.
Okay.
13, yeah.
Okay. I think the rest are, I think that's a good body of questions and makes for a very thorough interview and also gives room for the person to add other details about themselves or their experience.
I assume the rest of us can pipe in at some point in time.
I was going to offer if, so the first 6 questions that I was given, you know, I'm happy to share those if anybody wants to ask. Because I also think that it's useful to not have just one person, like one voice to break it up. So if there's anybody that wants that.
I don't understand the question or the comment.
So I think Steve was suggesting that that there may be other commissioners that want to potentially come in, and that he was just seeking clarity that yes, it's okay for other commissioners to ask questions.
Yeah.
And I wanted to offer some of my questions, and if there was a more formal way to include more commissioners. I'm also okay with doing the 6 if there's no one else wants to do it.
Yeah, why don't you take the first 6?
Do we want to divide it differently now that there's only 13 questions though?
We could.
Because otherwise he does the first 6, I do the next 6, and you do one question.
No, we're not going to do it like that. How many do we have?
Doug is the finale.
Yeah, I get the good question. So we got 13.
Yep.
Okay, so
I'll do 4, the first 4.
you do 4. You want to do 4 or 5, Rebecca?
I'll do 4.
Okay, so you'll do MC will do 1 through 4, and you'll do 5 through 8.
Yep.
I'll do 9, 12, 15, 16, and 17. Okay.
Are you all comfortable with flowing one after another, or do you want to be prompted to ask each question?
Why don't you just prompt us so that the interviewer knows that we're switching people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the things I think. Go ahead, Brittany. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I was thinking about the flow because you brought that up last time, that it could be, you know, nicer not to. Yeah. So I guess what I'm suggesting is, if we can read it, maybe if we're hesitating too long, Brittany, maybe you can jump in. But if it's just flowing.
Yeah, I think a flow is nice because, you know, in a typical interview, many of us probably have been interviewed more than one person. You just kind of go in whatever turn you have, since you all have established who's doing what questions. But yeah, I can prompt if there's a delay, or Steve, like he did the last time. It's fine.
And Brittany, will you open then too? Because since I have the first questions, like if you would open, like just.
Rebecca, did you have something to say?
No, I just was clearing my throat. Sorry.
Oh, sure. I mean, I can welcome Steve, and I can do the welcoming committee. Sure. Yeah.
Right. We've been at it for about an hour, and we're going to be at it for another hour. So let's take 5 minutes. Everybody can do whatever they want to do. And we'll be back here at, 4 minutes, 10 o'clock. Sally? Is Dustin coming back?
I'm here.
Yes,
Okay.
he's back.
Howdy.
If everybody's back, let's speak with Miss Gray.
All right, I'd like to welcome all the present interviewees for the general counsel position. Excuse our delay, but we are excited to hear from you all. I believe our first candidate is Ms. Monifa Gray. Good morning still, and welcome. Your first question will come from MC, and he prefers to be called MC. So without further ado, let's get things started. Unless Steve, do you have any other words?
Well, we always want to know how you prefer to be addressed, Miss Gray. Is it Miss Gray, Monifa? What's your pleasure?
Monifa is fine, thank you.
Okay. MC.
Nice to see you, Monifa.
Nice to see you too. Good morning.
Good morning. What appeals most to you about this role, the general counsel?
So I'm a little bit of a government and political nerd. I've always been like that ever since 12th grade civics class. And I just always, I don't know how to describe it. Something about watching how our democracy works and how it functions and how it's supposed to function, and making sure all of us are represented in it properly appeals to me. It's always fascinated me. And so this position is actually that it just sounds perfect. It's exciting. It's a newer area of me. I'm familiar with the laws around it, but actually sitting down and being able to assist, guaranteeing that one person, one vote actually occurs is super exciting for me. And I know that's super nerdy, but that's my personality. And so when I saw the posting, I had to jump at it.
Thank you. What are the top 3 factors you attribute to your success?
Oh, that's a good one. I would say being myself is the first one. Early in my career, you get a lot of ideas of what a lawyer is supposed to be from TV or watching other people. But that one I've learned through the course of the years is each one of us has our own unique talents and personality that brings to the job. And so I think being myself. Number 2 is being as honest as possible. A lot of lawyers get a bad rap for, people like to say we're liars, but I find that if you explain to people what's going on in your position as much as you can, we have attorney-client privilege, of course, but if you, that tends to help, and the third one kind of goes with it, just kind of meeting people, talking to people like they're real people, trying to meet people where they are, trying to explain people. I've been told that I'm good at explaining complex issues to people who may not be experts in the field. So I think that's kind of, trying to meet people where they are and trying to explain things to them in that way. I would say those are my top 3.
Yeah. How has this experience, or how has your experience prepped you for this general counsel role?
Oh, as if you've got my resume in front of you, you'll notice that I've got, I'm a government lawyer. I didn't do it on purpose necessarily, especially at the beginning, but I have worked in all 3 branches of government on all levels: local, federal, county, state. And it sort of at first was an accident. And even in the firms that I work for, we worked for government clients. I just get it. That makes me uniquely positioned to know how this commission and its work impacts the whole system. It's not just legislative, it's not just executive, it's not just whatever, it's not just judicial. All of it matters, and it all works together so that the system works properly. And if one of them doesn't work, it doesn't work. As we've kind of been seeing, checks and balances are there for a reason. And so all of them have to work together. And so I think that my beautiful accident, I guess, of my career came together to, I think, kind of brought me to this point.
I love it. A beautiful accident. How do you feel your redistricting experience may apply to this position?
So I don't have any, of course, hands-on redistricting. When I was working for the legislature, it was not a redistricting year. I have, however, volunteered in positions where I was teaching information about redistricting and and other voting related things, especially after the election that created this commission. This year, I was, with the pandemic and all the things going on, with voting, especially in Michigan with the changes, I decided to sign up with two groups and help them just educate people about what's going on. And I think the really cool thing about this commission is that it's made up of citizens that we're randomly selected. It's not like, somebody in the legislature or the executive picked their friend or whatever. And so I got to sit down with other citizens and explain to them and bring like, hey, this is why this matters. This is what this is. And this is why those districts look in those weird shapes sometimes and you see them tail off, and the reason people do it. And it sometimes, and it varies by state, of course, but, some people try to use it to their advantage, or some groups use it to their advantage to try to pick the candidates. And it goes back to the one voter, one vote thing, that we're the ones supposed to be picking the candidates and instead of vice versa. So I just in doing that training, it just became really fascinating. And I think it's a little known area of politics or government that people really just don't think about. It happens every 10 years or so. We don't think about the census after we fill out that card or do it online. And, even after we do it, even, we fill it out, you may not know when it's going to be done. When do the numbers come out? What do they mean? So it's good to, so through that process, it let me know that like people need to know this, and it's very important. It's interesting to me, but it's all about our allocation of money. It's our people who are representing us, all of this stuff. So all of that to say, I found my volunteer work this year very rewarding. I found it, I don't know, it was cool to be able to inform citizens of the process, a part of the process that they may not know, other than just, what happens to your vote when it goes out into the ether.
Thank you, Monifa. That's all my questions. I think the next one may be Rebecca. I'm not sure.
Let me unmute myself. Okay. Good morning, Monifa. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
I'm good. So how do you evaluate your experience and knowledge of the state of Michigan Constitution and the Open Meetings Act?
Okay. The state of Michigan Constitution, I have read it. I read it, I read it. I do constitutional and government related law every day. So, anytime it pertains to a case, I've had to read it. I've read it. I won't say I sit down and read it like a book, front to back, but I'm very familiar with it. And lawyers, that's our job. It's malpractice if we don't make ourselves very familiar with whatever we're talking about on a regular basis. I've been working on constitutional law generally since 2010. And state constitution. At that point, I was living in Illinois, but state constitutions, federal constitution, all of them, whatever is applicable at the moment. I also, Open Meetings Act, I represent boards now a lot. So Open Meetings Act questions I get them all the time. And how to go into a closed session, how to vote on this, what happens if this doesn't pass, that kind of thing. How do we do agendas? How do we make sure it's posted for everybody? That's very familiar to me. So I would evaluate my familiarity with both, I guess, fairly high.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How do you envision the relationship between the general counsel and the other individuals on the redistricting team, such as the executive director, communications director, etc.?
I would hope it would be a team. I don't want any one of us being like, I am the leader here, you must follow me. And, I look as my role as general counsel as lawyers are advisors. While I definitely would sometimes have a preference of what you would do, My role here is to advise you of what the law is, and it's up to you to make a decision, or the executive leader to make the decision, or the communication team to make the decision. And I think we all play our individual parts of a whole. So I wouldn't want to step on the feet of the communications team, and I wouldn't want them to do the other, do it to me. I definitely don't believe that I'm a communication specialist. So I try to defer to the experts in the field as much as possible and work, so we can work together. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Rebecca, you're muted.
I'm sorry. So this is sort of a follow-up on what we touched on in the last question, but the position involves mentoring and advising the Michigan redistricting team. What are the most important things you will focus on to ensure that you have a cohesive and effective approach?
First is finding out what you know or what you need to know. I don't like to assume that the person I'm talking to knows everything, but I also don't want to assume that the person I'm talking to knows nothing. So I think having a conversation or kind of getting back and forth and talking to the person, kind of hearing people out first is a really big part of it. I also I like to ask a lot of questions, just because I'm trying to process in my brain, like, okay, what is this person trying to say? I like to think several steps ahead. So I think it's just making it more conversational is probably the best bet. I do not mind being challenged. I'm a lawyer, so I'm used to that. And I definitely don't have any, I guess, beliefs that I'm the supreme knower of all legal knowledge, anything by that means. But I think it's best to keep open communication. I think that would be the best way I would do it.
Okay. Tell me about the most complex case or project that you have worked on. What did you learn from this experience for your career and about yourself?
Ooh, most complex. So let's see. I represented police officers for a time, and we had a case that was a wrongful conviction case. So it was a person who had been in prison for since the 90s. And he ended up getting out from a pardon from the state, and it ended up requiring us to reinvestigate the underlying case. But what was so complex about it is that it was a task force who had investigated it. So I represented one of the police one of the police departments that made up the task force. And so I guess what was complex about it was figuring out who did what, who did when, who did whatever, in 92. And trying to look at the DNA had came out later and said something different. And it was just like trying to follow what the DNA said, trying to follow all the pieces of the puzzle, trying to reinvestigate, talk to the police officers, find the witnesses, whatever. And it was several different legal issues involved as well. And it was just, and emotional issues, of course, because it was a horrific crime that was underlying. And it was just, I think I handled it by just taking it one piece at a time. I know that's a cliche, but sometimes it can just get really overwhelming with the amount of information that you need, and the amount of information that you don't know. And then you've got your own personal opinions, but you don't know if those are correct. You're just based on whatever. And so you just take it one piece at a time, break it down one piece at a time, and try to work with whoever you can to get more information. You don't have to, I've learned a long time ago that I don't have to do everything. And I work with those people that I have. And so it becomes less overwhelming kind of when you're just like, break it down into pieces, break it down into little subjects, and do your best. I know that may sound very kindergarten teacher of me, but it's, that's what I try to do with everything, especially the complex things.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I believe Doug is going to take over and ask you the following questions.
Good morning, Monifa. It's great to have you with us today.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me.
Do you have any experience specific to working with other commissions? And
Yes.
Can you explain your role and how you impacted the work product of the group?
Yes. So the firm I work at now is sort of we like to call ourselves outside general counsel. So often we work for commissions, nonprofit boards, that kind of thing. And usually I serve as the attorney for the board. And typically so different boards work differently. You've got some that don't really, you're just kind of there to observe. They call on you if they need a legal question. And you come in and you answer the question. You've got other ones that you're sitting at the table with them and they could ask you a question off the fly while you're sitting there. And so, it's well to know what the agenda is and be prepared for anything that could be even tangentially related to the issues. So I think it depends on the, I guess, character of the board. And I typically, like I said earlier, attorneys are here to advise. So I typically try to, I guess, follow the lead of the board or the commission that I'm working with and figure out what and also at the same time, try to anticipate their needs. Excuse me, if I see any issues that are being raised that maybe, the commissioners may not see just for whatever reason, I try to raise it. I'm not typically shy about raising it. That's pretty much my process.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever had to advise an executive to make a different decision due to legal reasons? And explain the situation and the result.
Yes, I have. I often working with executives, they're the top of the food chain, and so they are used to their decisions being followed. And then you have me come along and throw a wrench in that. And I have done that before. I can't give you too much detail just because of attorney-client privilege, but I have done that before where, a decision, I've done that multiple times, where a decision, we want to do X, Y, Z. And I'm like, no, the law says no, you can't do that. And I have, I've had to fight it out sometimes, and try to sit down and argue the position. This is what the law says. This is why it says. And sometimes it requires you going back, getting more information, doing more legal research. Often I usually tend to, when I make a decision, or excuse me, when I make a recommendation, I tend to write out a legal opinion with all of my citations and my support for why I'm coming up with that opinion. I don't just come in and say, hey, you're wrong. And so I usually try to present that. I usually take questions because, I don't think I may have left something out of the opinion, or there may be something that somebody wanted to see that I didn't put in there. So, and it's just a process and we talk it out. And, at the end, ultimately, I'm the advisor and I can get overruled as well. So if the executive wants to do it, that sometimes I put my hands up and I'm like, hey, I've given you the advice. It's written down. You can choose to take it or you cannot. But I've done that. I've done that with executives. I've done that with judges that I've worked for. So I'm not shy in that capacity at all.
Yeah, that can get to be a contentious situation at times.
Yes, it can.
Very much so, yeah. Generally, the executives look at it from a financial standpoint. You have to look at it from a legal standpoint.
And those are not always together.
No, absolutely not. What do you anticipate to be the most challenging part of this role as general counsel?
I think the most challenging part would be listening to different voices. There's quite a few of you here, but it is, and I think the most challenging part is to remember that I would be representing the commission as a whole, not just one person. And so, yeah, I think that's probably the most difficult. Somebody may personally agree with me, and I'm like, oh yeah, that person, that's who I need to listen to because I like the way they think. But that's not, that's not my role and that's not my job. And so I think that's the hardest thing is figuring out who is the person who is supposed to be speaking for the commission at this point, and does that person speak for the commission, and following that.
Okay. I mean, do you see as one person speaking for the commission, or do you see 13 people speaking for the commission?
So sometimes, often the chair will, the commission speaks through its votes, through the meetings. But sometimes you may have to have interaction outside of your meetings with a member of the commission, and it's usually the chair. And I would not say that the chair or the person I'm talking to speaks for the entire commission. I would definitely, but sometimes it's just not feasible to talk to 13 people at one time for everything. So I thank you for asking that clarifying question. Yes, I do believe the commission itself is, as the body, is the client here.
Okay. Should we have to go to court, and we anticipate that may happen when we're finished with our work, are you experienced with working with a legal team? Explain your role and responsibilities during this type of situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There was a time when I was going to court 3-4 times a week. So very comfortable in court, no problem with that. As far as working with a legal team, that's kind of what I've been doing for the last 10 or so years. You know, representing governmental entities, your client, you may just be talking to one person, but your client is made up of a lot of people. And often you may talk to general counsel, but you've got plenty of associate counsels or paralegals or whoever else working with you. And so you have to be able to work together. You know, it's not a team of one. And I can't even imagine trying to do some of these cases without having a team behind you. It's just a lot of work for one individual. So I have no problem working with that. I think my role, though, in the legal team is to represent the interest of the commission and to remind the legal team, like, hey, your client is the commission. It's not your personal feeling. This is not this. I think it would be a little bit of a different role for me moving into the seat of the client, which would probably be a little bit more fun. Being able to look at the reviews and saying, hey, I don't like this, and you represent the client here. So I'd be very comfortable with that. I think, I also believe my role would not necessarily be to change every word in a brief, for example. If we've got a legal team that I trust, of course I would review all the briefs, make sure that they represent what the interests of the commission are. But I don't like nitpicking if the attorney is trustworthy and they're getting my point across in a way that I believe is correct, I wouldn't sit down and challenge every single, comma or whatever.
Let me ask you a follow-up question relative to this. Should we hire, or should we have to obtain a legal team to help through a lawsuit? Who do you see as developing the legal strategy, yourself or the legal team?
I would leave that to the legal team because now, and I think the strategy, I could have some input in it, but I think the legal team comes up with a legal strategy. And maybe I'm biased because I'm currently part of the legal team. But I think they're the ones looking at it day to day. They're often the ones who are familiar with the judge. They're talking to opposing counsel. I think it's their role to come up with the strategy. And I can say, I can come up with, like, the commission would prefer this. Our point is that, but I don't think it's my role as the general counsel for the commission to come up with a strategy.
Okay. And I have one last question. Can you tell us what political party that you affiliate with, and have you contributed to a political party or candidate?
I am a Democrat. As far as contributed, I don't think I've contributed in this election cycle. And I'm trying to remember the last time I did. It's been several years. I want to say it was probably 2012, I believe, the last time. I may have contributed to some on the local level, like for mayor or within the last 5 years or so.
Okay. Thank you. Let me turn this back over to, this is Steve, you run.
I got a couple of follow-up questions
Okay.
for you, Manifa. This will be a full-time position, and I'm assuming that you have a full-time job now.
I do.
And evidently in the Detroit area, this job doesn't necessarily require moving since we're doing everything online like everybody else. but that's going to end sooner or later. Is this something you're prepared to do, to leave your current employment and come working full-time with us?
Yes, I am. I do love my current job, but this is just such an exciting opportunity for me, and it's very unique. And so, I'd be willing, and I'm not, I've done the law firm thing, so I'm not, but I'm a government attorney at heart, so I'm not. I guess moving back to the government is not scary to me, or I won't cry too hard. How about that? I will not miss the billable hour.
Wait till you get to, if you come with us, wait till you get here, you'll probably cry then. Are you familiar with the Voting Rights Act?
Yes. Yeah. Part of, I discussed earlier the volunteering I was doing. Part of also what I was doing was explaining, I guess, voter suppression efforts that are going on, different ways, and how that applied to the Voting Rights Act, especially after Shelby v. Holder in 2013, and how some of the parts were removed. So I am familiar with the Voting Rights Act. I'm familiar with it from my time in the legislature, in 07 or so. And so I've been familiar with it a couple times over the course of my career.
Well, I would say if you are chosen to be our general counsel, you need to get your Voting Rights Act out, highlight the important parts along with the Constitution, and because that's what we're going to be doing. Other questions by the panel? Just speak up. If we don't have anything, then I need to chastise myself because I didn't introduce everybody as we started. So I am going to do that at the present time. So I will, since everybody jumbles around, I'm going to call on people to introduce themselves, starting with Cynthia.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Orton.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'm glad you could come be with us today.
Thank you for your invitation.
And I'm Steve Lett. I happen to be the chairperson at the current time, and I come from Interlochen up by Traverse City.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Rhonda.
Good morning, I'm Rhonda Lang. I'm from Reed City, and thank you for joining us and interviewing with us today.
Good morning, thank you.
Doug.
I'm Doug Clark. I'm from Rochester Hills, and again, it's good to have you with us.
Thanks. Good morning.
Richard. You're muted, Richard. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I thought I did. I must have hit it too quick. Good morning, Manif. It's nice to meet you. Put a face to the name now, and I was on the committee that had chosen you as one of the applicants.
Oh, good morning. Thank you.
Brittany.
Good morning, Monifa. It's me again. My name is Brittany Kellum, and I'm a native Detroiter, and I am the current vice chair for the commission, and I welcome you again.
Thank you. Good morning.
Juanita.
Good morning, Manifa. My name is Juanita Curry. I am pleased to meet you. I'm born, raised in Detroit, Michigan.
Good morning.
Aaron.
Good morning, Manifa. My name is Erin Wagner. I come from Charlotte, Michigan, and it's a pleasure to see you here today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see you too.
Janice.
Good morning. I'm Janice Villette. I'm from Highland Township. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anthony.
Good morning, Manifa. I'm Anthony Eade. Thank you for being with us here today, and thank you for answering all those questions, and good luck through this process.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
MC.
I'm Monifa, MC, Lansing.
Good morning again.
Rebecca.
Good morning again. Rebecca Zatella from Canton, Michigan.
Thanks. Good morning.
Dustin.
Dustin, I'm from Ypsilanti, and it was a pleasure meeting you today.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Wait, do you have any questions of us before we bring this to a close?
Yeah, as far as the staffing goes of the rest of the team, I guess how many people would you say would be there, and or how many do you anticipate, if you know yet?
Well, we don't know. We're in the process of hiring an executive director, which if you've been watching us this morning, you've kind of seen how that went. We will be looking at a communications director next. So executive director, general counsel, communications, and then we'll see where we're at. So obviously, we don't expect our senior leadership to be secretaries and receptionists, but since we're brand new, nobody's done this before, we'll figure it out as we go.
Okay.
I see you've been working on COVID, so it's like COVID. We're flying the plane and figuring out how to build it as we go.
Which is sort of a scary place to be, but exciting at the same time.
Okay.
Do you, I guess, so with the other staff members, do you anticipate the board picking them, or would I be responsible for picking the folks that work with me, or how would that work?
Well, ultimately, the board is the hiring entity. So we would approve all the hires. Certainly, if you're hiring, legal assistants, et cetera, you would, I'm assuming, we haven't even talked about this. So, one thing would probably be you would come to us and say, hey, I need this, or I need this type of person or this type of person, and we'll take it into consideration. We'll do a posting like we do for everybody, and we'll figure it out. So does that answer your question?
It does. I appreciate it. And how, I guess, and this may be for anybody, what do you expect or anticipate the relationship between the general counsel and the board to be?
Contentious.
Okay.
No, I think you should have gotten some feeling for that from the questions that were asked about, what do you think your position with the board ought to be? We're anticipating a team player. I mean, we've discussed this. We're anticipating that you will be a voice that will let us know what the the legal parameters are. You have two attorneys on here, Rebecca and myself. Mike Brady is maybe, no, I don't know where he is. He's from the Department of Secretary of State. So, we have obviously the Attorney General's office, so we can get, some legal opinions, and obviously the general counsel could request those too, depending on what we're doing. But we anticipate working as a team, period.
Okay. And kind of along with that is, what do you believe the day-to-day job of the general counsel is? Or what do you expect the general counsel to do every day?
I have no idea.
That's
well,
fair.
when we get into it, look, we're going to have to do mapping. That's what we do. We have to look at communities of interest. We have to figure out, once the census comes out, which is anybody's guess right now, how is that going to interplay with our mapping? So those will be the things that we'll start to look at after the first of the year. What you will do on a day-to-day level, I would certainly expect there are some the census cases are in front of the Supreme Court right now.
Mm-hmm.
We would expect that you would keep track of those and let us know on, I don't know, they probably wouldn't have something new on every meeting that we have, but certainly an update at our meetings on what's happening with the census. If there's anything that comes out on Voting Rights Act or constitutional, those things, anything in specific in Michigan, sounds like, we're going to have an audit on all of the votes in Michigan. We will want to know if that's going to impact us on redistricting.
Gotcha.
So those would be the types of things that I simply would say. Certainly anybody else speak up. Rebecca?
Yeah, I would also say that I would expect at first there would need to be some time spent just familiarizing yourself with the constitutional amendment that was done, any of the court cases that flew or flowed from that amendment, because there was significant challenges to it that went through the Michigan state courts, just to sort of see what the arguments made there were and the concerns and the pitfalls, so that you can help guide us and steer us to make sure that we don't run afoul of any judicial guidance or concerns that were raised during this procedure. So to me, that would be kind of a natural starting spot, in addition to becoming familiar with voting rights cases and redistricting cases from other areas, including probably California, because I know they went through a similar process there 10 years ago, and that would also be a good spot to potentially look at if you're in need of things to do.
And I'm glad Rebecca mentioned California and Arizona. They in fact did that, and we have talked with members from their commissions, and their advice was get ready to be sued because you're going to be sued. So we're anticipating that. So I think it would probably be one thing that you could do would be to look at the cases from California and Arizona on those lawsuits and what were the arguments. I mean, nobody's going to rewrite the book on this. They just don't do that, as you well know, being an attorney. And so those would be the types of things that we would be looking at, or we should be looking at anyway. Aaron.
I have one question, Manifa. We have gotten a lot of public comment to one of our general counsel applicants due to partisan leanings. And if hired, my question is, how capable are you as a lawyer of rendering decisions and advice that would be strictly nonpartisan?
I think I'd be pretty good at it. I have represented all kinds of interests across my career. Some of them I don't agree with them personally. However, that's not my job. My job is to advise on the law and not try to influence it in either way. That's the law. I like to tell the story of my first day of class in torts class in law school. I had a Professor Goldberg, that he told us we had to walk into the law like we were bad men, meaning that we had no feelings, we had no personality, we just acted. The only thing we cared about was what the law said, and we needed to act on that. And obviously it stuck with me all this time later. And that's kind of how I look at it. Like, it's my personal feelings, my personal beliefs, whatever, do not matter. It is all what is on that paper, what the law says, how it's been interpreted by the courts. So I completely disregard what my personal feelings are about anything if it's opposite to what the law says.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Give you one last chance, Manitha.
I had one final question. I told you I like to ask questions. As far as the trial team, because you mentioned that that the commission is very likely going to be sued. How do you believe the trial team is picked? Is it from the state? Is it outside counsel? How would you? And I don't know if you've even had time to discuss that.
The anticipation in my mind, and we haven't really discussed this, it would be outside counsel. I don't believe that the AG is, nobody's really discussed it, but I guess my feeling is the AG is not going to jump in on this. And we have we're the ones that control it. The commission controls it. So, that it?
That's the last one for me.
You just ruined the lawyer's code. One last question means 10 more.
I'm sorry. You are absolutely correct. I apologize for that.
All right. We appreciate you coming and giving your answers. You did a very fine job. We will be debating who we're going to hire, and we will let you know one way or other. We'll notify all of the interviewees as to what's going on. Can't tell you when that's going to be. It's not going to be this afternoon, and it's not going to be tomorrow, but it'll be sometime.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Monifa.
Okay. We are up to Catherine Kerwin, and I'm not seeing Catherine.
I'm sure she'll come
there she
around
is.
quickly.
Yeah. Aha.
Here it worked. Hi, good morning. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Great.
Go ahead, Brittany.
Well, welcome, Catherine. We're very happy to have you today. I should ask though, what do you want us to call you?
You can call me Catherine. If we get to know each other, you'll probably just start calling me Kate, which is what most people call me. But it says Catherine on my video right here, so you can feel free to call me Catherine.
Okay, Catherine. So you have 3 folks that are going to be asking you questions so that we get a better sense of who you are, what you bring to the table. And before we get into that, because we missed doing it for the last person, let's do a quick round of interviews. I am Brittany Kellum. I'm the vice chair. I'm going to go by my screen. We have Cynthia.
You're still muted, Cynthia.
Yeah, sorry. My button wasn't working. Hi, Cynthia Orton. I currently live in Battle Creek, and I'm really glad you could join us this morning.
Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you.
Yes, go Steve.
Steve Lett. I'm the chair of the commission currently, and I live up in Interlaken by Traverse City.
Nice to meet you.
And Anthony.
Hello. Thank you for being with us today. I'm Anthony. I'm one of the independents on this commission from Orchard Lake, Michigan, but I currently spend most of my time in Midtown Detroit. And good luck through this process.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Rhonda.
Good morning, Rhonda Lane from Reed City. Just want to thank you for coming and interviewing with us today.
Thank you.
Doug.
Yeah, I'm Doug Clark. I'm from Rochester Hills, and I was the chairperson for the General Counsel Committee that got us down to a short list, and it's good to have you with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Richard.
Morning. I was also on the committee. I'm from Saginaw, Michigan. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Janice.
Oh, welcome, Catherine. I'm Janice Follett from Highland Township.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Aaron.
Thank you for coming, Catherine. I'm Erin Wagner, and I'm from Charlotte, Michigan.
Nice to meet you.
Juanita.
Hi, Catherine. My name is Juanita Curry, and I'm pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
MC.
Hey, Catherine. My name's MC. I'm in Lansing, Michigan. I was also on the subcommittee.
Hi, thank you.
Rebecca.
Good morning, Catherine. Rebecca Zatella. I am also an attorney as well. So welcome and good luck.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Dustin.
My name is Dustin. I'm from Ypsilanti, Michigan. It's very nice to meet you, Catherine. And
nice to meet you.
Okay, Catherine, if you're ready, we'll start with MC, and good luck to you. Welcome again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Catherine, what appeals to you most about this role?
Well, so I know that you've probably read my resume and you saw that I'm an assistant attorney general. So I consider myself to be a public servant through and through. It's not how I started my legal career, but I do intend to always stay in public service. I like my job a lot. I like what I do right now, but when I saw this opportunity come up, I was very excited because I've watched the evolution of this constitutional amendment in the state of Michigan since it started to roll around. You know, we saw it happen in other states, you know, years ago, and then when it started to be pursued in Michigan, I was very excited. And I thought back to when I was growing up. My dad is an attorney, and he would tell me how when he was in his undergraduate work, he took a class on gerrymandering. And he said, you know, I had to draw the lines this way, and I could do it this way, and I could do it this way. And it just showed how many different ideas and opinions can come around when it comes to redistricting. So this is an idea that I've been thinking about for years. And like I said, when the amendment was passed, I was very interested. I did vote for it. So I support this and I support the commission. So to have the opportunity to be personally involved and to serve the state and the people of the state in this way, it's very exciting to me because it's an opportunity to really make an impact. It's not for me, even though I would think it was very, very cool and very interesting, but it is an opportunity really to make a big impact on the state. And that's something that I like to focus on now in my career and also going forward.
Thanks, Catherine. What are the top 3 factors that you attribute to your success?
Well, I have a lot of experience in state government. I have appeared in not every county court in the state, but many of them. I have driven on the roads of the state of Michigan, and what this has done, it's made me very familiar with all the different parts of the state and all the different types of people that live in the state. I do live in the Detroit area, and that's where my office is. So I see that part of the state, but just to know how very different all the parts of Michigan can be, I think it gives me a good perspective of the types of people and their interests and the landscape and how the district lines may be drawn to reflect that diverse population. So my experience in state government, I'm also a very good problem solver and critical thinker. Problems that arise, I think we should always expect problems to arise. But what I like to do is keep a cool head and figure out what's our next step. I don't get angry about problems that come up. If I see a problem, I say, here's the problem. What can we do to fix it? And then what are we going to do in the future to avoid that problem again? And so that leads me to my third thing. I think my temperament and attitude is a really good, something good about myself that adds to my success. It's helped me to be a good leader. It's helped me to be a good mentor. And I think I'm very easy to understand and get along with. And I do my best to communicate with people in a way that they want to be communicated with. I think it is really important to meet everyone where they are. Everyone has something to offer in a conversation or in a communication. I might know something that you don't know, and you know something that I don't know. So that's really important, and it helps me to be successful in whatever I'm doing.
I like that idea that we all have a piece of the solution. Thank you. How has your experience prepped you for the general counsel role?
Well, like I said, I'm an assistant attorney general. So just for those of you who might not exactly understand what that means, the attorney general's office represents various state departments. So you'll have, for example, a big one that we're hearing about lately is the Department of Health and Human Services or the Department of Treasury. So those various departments will have their own internal attorneys, and then the Attorney General's office advises them, represents them in court and all the things like that. An attorney from a department cannot go to court on behalf, well, maybe can in certain circumstances, but generally the Attorney General's office represents the department. So that's what I do. That's what I do right now. I am a manager, and I'm the manager over the state court litigation section of my division. So what that means is that I represent, I monitor the various cases that come in, and I figure out what's going on with them. I assign them out, and then I supervise a group of attorneys in their work. So I have my own caseload, which is a very high volume caseload, as well as what my associate staff attorneys are working on. So that's just generally what I'm doing at the Attorney General's office right now. Aside from litigation, though, I do some other things. I have the opportunity to directly advise some of the departments and their legal questions that come up. So I don't only go to court on behalf of the departments. So the two main departments that I represent are the Department of Treasury and the Department of Corrections. So there are a lot of legal issues that come up. And so what I do is there are both, like I said, staff attorneys in those departments, but also non-attorneys. So a lot of my work is working with the non-attorneys to help them have the legal information that they need to follow the law. And also I will express it in a way that they can understand and apply it to their work. So it's very, it's kind of a various day-to-day of what I do. Recently, I worked on a small committee for Governor Whitmer and her legal team, processing a lot of the issues that were coming up with the executive orders. So we were a small team and we fielded many, many questions from citizens who were speaking for and against, as you all know that that's what was happening, against the executive orders, as well as drafting language to answer questions. So you may have seen FAQs on the governor's website. So the committee that I worked on helped to do that. And so I am in the collections division, but there's a lot of other things that I do that I hope makes a positive impact on the state as well as the Attorney General's office as a whole. And before I came to the Attorney General's office, I was in private practice and I represented construction companies. And so that was a huge learning experience for me. I had the opportunity to learn about things that I had never experienced before. I was thinking back to the time I was handling a very high monetary value case that dealt with water purification tanks. And as you can imagine, I didn't know anything about water purification tanks and the type of metal and the engineering that was involved, but that was the kind of thing that I would have to learn about and become somewhat of an expert to be able to participate in legal arguments based on these facts. So why am I telling you this? It is something that I'm very used to doing, is getting an idea that maybe I've never seen before, but becoming fully familiar with it, totally understanding it, and being able to represent my client in court based on this new idea. So if I had the opportunity to be the general counsel of the commission, that's what I would want to do for you. This has never existed before. There's never been a general counsel of your commission because it's new. So you're in a unique position that you will both get to make new things happen, but new problems are going to come up as well. So anything I can do to fully understand what's going on and properly advise the commission is how I would best serve the commission. So just to round up that very long answer, I have good experience in both the public and private sector. I think my most applicable experience is in the public sector, based on what I've done for the state and the Attorney General's office.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, last question from me. How do you feel your redistricting experience may apply to this position?
So I've never personally been involved in redistricting, but where my experience comes in is kind of what I explained earlier, just personal learning. The League of Women Voters was especially influential in getting the amendment, well, maybe not getting the amendment passed, but pushing the idea through in Michigan. And there is a chapter in my town and that I'm involved in. So that's how I'm familiar with redistricting. So like I said, I don't have any personal experience doing the redistricting.
Thank you. That is, yes, thank you very much. I'll take it. I'll turn it over to Rebecca.
Right. All right. So how do you evaluate your experience and knowledge of the state of Michigan Constitution and the Open Meetings Act?
That's a good question. I have good experience with both. The Michigan Constitution, as well as the US Constitution, is something that I have to deal with in a lot of my cases that I'm involved in through the Attorney General's office, particularly the equal protection and the Equal Protection Clause is obviously very important when it comes to the redistricting laws. And so that's something that I am familiar with arguing. Constitutional issues don't always come up, but all the laws are based on the Constitution. And as people or parties in lawsuits challenge these, we do have to work through the constitutional challenges. The Open Meetings Act is something that I've had specific training in through the AG's office. And also I am the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA coordinator for my division. So it's important that we understand what records have to be preserved that may be, you may have to produce under the FOIA. And so this is where it comes in to the open meetings and transparency and public information. Not all information will be provided. And so what I do as the FOIA coordinator is determine if any defenses are there and what we are going to produce or respond to. I think that this is something that the commission will definitely face, if not soon, then once the potential litigation starts after the maps are drawn. So I have good experience and I'm confident in my abilities for both.
Thank you. How do you envision the relationship between the general counsel and the other individuals on the redistricting team, such as the executive director and communications director?
Well, communication is going to be key. It will be important for the general counsel to stay on top of any legal developments, cases that may be coming up that are developing new as decisions are being made, as well as old cases, which will give us a clue to what may happen going forward. So that's, I think the general counsel is very important for that, to communicate with the executive director as well as the communications director. What I would like to see happen is, if not a daily meeting, then several times a week meeting between the three. It's very important that everyone is on the same page. One of the things that I have had to deal with at the AG's office is working with the communications people. I've had some cases that are particularly interesting for the press. And so the press will contact me directly. And so the question is, what information do we want to give in some kind of press release? Press releases will be important because it will be, further communication with the public. And if not a press release, then just answering general questions. The communications director will need to be on the same page as both the executive director and the general counsel, because we wouldn't want somebody to be saying one thing and the commission to be saying something else, and then have the ED be saying something else. So it's really important to stay on the same page. And what I would further like to see is time-bound goals to be set and also communicated with the commission. So as these goals are met or not being met, we would need to report it and talk about it and make sure that everything is staying on track. You do have a very tight timeline, and I know that we're waiting for the census information. So once you get the information you need, you are going to have to be running. And so anything you can do to get prepared and have the, what did you call it? The team be all on the same page. That's going to be essential, as well as making sure what can the team do for the commission to make sure that you guys have everything that you need to start running once you have all the information you need to begin. So I really do envision a very collaborative approach with each person contributing in a way that is appropriate. I wouldn't see myself taking on any of the role of the ED or the communications director, because I think that the general counsel has a specific role. So while you should stay in your role, we have to work collaboratively as a team for the main purpose of being in communication and making sure that everyone's on the same page.
Okay, so this question is sort of along the same lines. The position involves mentoring and advising the Michigan redistricting team. What are the most important things you will focus on to ensure that you have a cohesive and effective approach?
Well, so I've taken some really great training in the last year. It was leadership training based on equity, implicit bias, and communications. So I did learn a lot of skills about how to be a good mentor. And I kind of implement and practice those things in my job now. I consider myself to be a servant leader. And what that means to me is I have information to share that is for your benefit. And how can I serve you with the information that I have? So that's the sort of mentorship relationship that I would like to create. Use what I know and my expertise to serve the greater purpose and give everyone what they need. So it's a good mentorship relationship with a give and take, because like I said, I can learn a lot from other people as well as I can, impart information onto other people as well.
Okay, this is my last question. Tell me about the most complex case or project you have worked on. What did you learn from this experience for your career and about yourself?
Okay, well, I did think of one particular case that I'd like to share with you. And the spoiler alert is that I lost. So let me tell you about it. So this is a case that was based on sort of an obscure statute in the state of Michigan called the State Correctional Facility Reimbursement Act. And we seize assets from people who are in prison for the purpose of having them pay for their cost of care while they're incarcerated. And as you can imagine, people have lots of feelings about this statute, but it is a statute that exists, and that's one of the things I work on. So we obtained an order in the Muskegon County Circuit Court, and we were going to get some amount of money from this individual who was incarcerated. So it seemed to be going well, and he did have a lot of challenges. And so working through those challenges in the state court was the first challenge that I had to get through. And then what happened is he filed for bankruptcy. So this was an issue that we had never dealt with before in my division, having this very specific state court issue be moved into the federal bankruptcy court. So we had to work through the bankruptcy issue, and it did result in an order not in favor of the state. So we filed an appeal. And the reason that this is an important issue and that it was so challenging is because when you have an appeal that gets filed, it moves up the courts. And if we were to get to a higher court in the U.S. District Court and we got an order that was not in favor of the state, it would create binding case law that could be bad for the state. So we had to decide, are we going to accept this adverse case, or are we going to push it and risk having binding case law, which would really be bad for us? So we had to, while I respectfully disagreed with the judge's decision in this instance, we did have to make the hard decision to leave it. We chose not to appeal. So there's a lot of things that you need to think about when you are pushing on certain legal issues and cases, not just what's it going to mean for me right now and, how much money can we get for the state, but what is it going to mean for all of our cases, or what impact will it have on all of the state? So this is the kind of thing that is important for, what you guys are working on. What decision do you make at a smaller level, and how is it going to impact the whole state? You're going to see these things unfold. So I did learn a lot in that case. And I had a lot of disappointment too, because I obviously like to win my cases, but I did not win this one. So that was hard to swallow, but you got to move on, and we figured out what to do to get around that. I do consider myself to be a creative lawyer. And so if we have an adverse decision, I like to try to creatively work around it and see what we can still do to accomplish our goals.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to pass the mic over to Doug.
Okay.
Good morning, Catherine. Great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Do you have any experience specific to working with commissions? Explain your role and how you impacted the work product of the group.
Well, like I explained, the Attorney General's office represents departments. And so those departments are not exactly the same as commissions. My personal experience working with a board is more in the nonprofit sector, particularly with the Junior League of Detroit, which is a nonprofit organization that is, works to benefit women and children in this case in Detroit, but it's probably whatever city you're working in. I did sit on the board, and what was really important for that organization was, they're a fundraising organization, so there's quite a lot of money, and we need to make sure that that money is being used in the correct way so it can maintain its nonprofit status. So we have to know what are the reasons, where's the money going, and is it for the correct purpose that will keep us as a nonprofit under the tax laws. So I was happy to have that experience sitting on that board. So that's my experience for that.
Okay, great. Have you ever had to advise an executive to make a different decision due to legal reasons? Explain the situation and the result.
Well, I think I'd like to give you two examples. The first is representing a private client. It can be difficult to give bad news to a client that's going to cost him or her hundreds of thousands of dollars. And where that comes into play is where the executive, the president of the company, feels very confident that they did everything right. However, it was my position to unfortunately tell them that they did not do everything right and the law was not in their favor. So what I think the proper advice is in that situation is not to say, you're wrong, here's the law, sorry. The next step is, what can we do to mitigate that damage? And how can we still come up with a somewhat acceptable result in the face of the bad news? So it is my job to give bad news to anyone who needs to hear it. And I have no problem doing that because if you are forthcoming and open with the law and how it applies, you can mitigate the damage much better than just letting it go. And it's very important to deliver that information in a way that is impactful to the individual who's listening. And so they can fully understand, here's the information, here's how it impacts you, and then here's how it's going to impact you in the future. Another example from my state work that I think can be applicable to what you guys are working on through the commission is I've had difference of opinion on how on press releases coming out of our division. Like I said, there can sometimes be some hot topics that people might be interested in. And it does, on the one hand, make somebody look good to say, well, here's how much, here's this thing that happened, this guy's in prison, here's all the money we collected. But at the expense of looking cool, it is actually better to do nothing and to stay quiet. So we've had lots of conflicts with our executives on how much publicity to give to what we are working on in our division. So it's a give and take. And I mean, in that situation, it's up to the executives. But if we can make a good point and have people understand what their actions could result in, I think, like I said, that's the best way to have the best result. So I will happily deliver the honest and truthful information to any executive if I'm in the position to do so. It's my job to do so.
Great. And those are great examples. What do you anticipate to be the most challenging part of the general counsel role?
Well, I think the most challenging thing is also probably the most important thing, and that is anticipating what legal issues will come up in legal challenges after you have drawn the redistricting lines. One of the things that I have maybe, so you haven't started doing this yet, but one of the things that I wanted to comment on is that I want you guys to make sure that everyone is equally participating in the group. I think one potential legal challenge that you might face is if some of the voices are louder than the others, the perception could be that the louder voices were influencing the quieter voices. So just looking at, I see all your faces, and some of you have said your party affiliation, but off the top of my head, I can't even tell you what I have watched a lot of your meetings, but I don't know your party affiliations, just off the top of my head, but I do know who the quieter people are, and I do know who the louder people are. So I do want to say that one of the issues that you may face is it could be the perception that the louder voices are influencing the quieter voices. So what I would urge you to do is make sure that when you are doing the mapping, that make sure that everyone has participated, because what everyone does will be perceived to be intentional. So when the intentional part is the important part, because you can't go back and say, oh, no, that's not what I meant. But we do have all your meetings are on video. We do have all the minutes. So it's anticipating challenges like these that I think will be the most challenging part for the general counsel position. But that's just something that I've noticed for this commission in particular.
Okay, we do have a tool available. It's out on the website. It's called our responsibility matrix, and it does show who gets involved with what and what party they're affiliated with. So you may want to take a look at that if you had an opportunity.
Great.
Should we have to go to court? Are you experienced with working with other outside legal teams? And explain your role and responsibilities during how you see your roles and responsibilities during this type of situation.
Yes, so I do have a lot of experience with litigation and being in court. And I think one of the strengths that I would bring, if given the opportunity to be your general counsel, is to anticipate issues that will come up in litigation. And in my practice all the time, I always prepare from the beginning. It's very hard to go back and collect facts and information. So if we can get it all done early on in the beginning, that will make it easier for whatever outside counsel gets hired to manage the litigation. And by doing that, I can be a better advisor to the outside legal team, as well as minimizing costs, because you do operate on a budget. And so I don't bill you by the hour, but they do. So anything that can be done in-house to make the legal team's work easier is really important, because it's going to minimize the cost and help them have all the facts that they need. My experience has been being that, like, for example, being the outside counsel to the Department of Corrections and dealing with these issues. And my main challenge was not having clear answers, not having a clear point person, and it made the work very difficult because that internal person has the information, but I do not, and I am not there. So I would switch those roles and I would be the general counsel with the information, I would do whatever I can to get the information to the outside counsel so that they have what they need for the best result, the cleanest work, and the least amount of time to minimize the budget.
Okay. I have one last question. Can you tell us what political party that you affiliate with, and have you contributed to a political party or candidate?
Yes. I'm not affiliated with a political party, and I have not made any political contributions. I do contribute to the nonprofit organizations that I'm a part of, the Junior League of Detroit and the League of Women Voters, which are both nonpartisan organizations. I do believe and support fairness, doing the right thing, transparency, and following the law. And I think all of those are nonpartisan beliefs and things that I do try to live by, but I don't affiliate with a political party.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Steve, well, let me turn it over to you.
I'm sorry. Oh, Steve, you said Steve, sorry.
Steve, yeah.
That's me. I had a question. You are assistant AG. Is that a civil service position?
Yes, it is.
I am assuming, without knowing, that if you come to work for us, that is not a covered civil service position.
Well, from that, no, I don't believe it is.
If you come to work for us, have you worked out a deal with the AG on how to come back?
No, okay, so no, I haven't, but I've thought about it. I cannot do both, and I cannot stay an employee of the Attorney General's office because I have a limitation on my ability to practice law. I cannot represent the state of Michigan and the commission. So I can't do both, and that's fine. I would either ask for a leave of absence, or after my role with the commission was over, I would try to go back. I do really enjoy working for the Attorney General's office. It's really a great position. So I would look at going back.
Okay. How familiar are you with the Voting Rights Act?
Well, I am familiar with the Voting Rights Act. It's one of the most important laws that is going to impact your redistricting. What we've seen really develop lately is voter suppression, or what appears to be voter suppression, and making sure that everyone is properly represented is very important. And that's one of the purposes of the Voting Rights Act, particularly when it comes to race. So I'm familiar with it, and it's something that to keep at the top of our minds when it comes to the redistricting.
Do you currently follow any of the Supreme Court cases that are winding their way up for decisions on voting rights and, as you say, suppression, et cetera?
Well, I try to stay up to date on all the development of the cases. And as I've been preparing for this interview, this position, more and more, I've been trying to stay up to date, as well as what's already happened.
You said that you're the FOIA, I don't know if you call yourself the agent, the person in your office that is ultimately signs off on FOIA requests. Do you think that there is anything subject in our proceedings that to the Freedom of Information Act, since everything we do is already posted online and recorded, transcribed, and available to the public?
Well, I think that somebody could request any information of any private emails that were exchanged, any communication between, say, general counsel and the commission, which would obviously we would have some defenses to that for attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. Any communication between the executive director and the commission. I think there are lots of instances that you may not think about that could be subject to the FOIA. And I think overall you're doing a great job. I mean, everything is very much available, but that's not to say that if this commission wasn't behaving above board, that there could be some private communications that would be subject to the FOIA. And not that you're doing that. And I, you know, it's obviously something that I would advise against. And I can see that you are communicating everything with transparency. However, those are the kind of things that could be subject to the FOIA, which would probably be used against the commission.
I'm going to make a guess. You haven't looked into, in your preparations, you said you've been preparing into any of the California cases or Arizona cases regarding their commissions and the challenges to their redistricting as a result?
Oh, I did. Yes, I have looked at them. And I think one of the things—
How are we doing?
I think you're doing very well. One of the things that I did notice for those cases was based on equal protection, where somebody felt that he was didn't get equal protection based on the redistricting. So when it comes to something like that, you have to make sure that you've met all the requirements to properly do the redistricting. The equal population, compactness, contiguity, and you know, keeping all political towns and townships and counties together. So really what I think is that if you have a legal basis to do something, if we're following the laws properly, there would be no violation of, say, an equal protection under the law. So it's just making sure that all of these things are followed that will have the best result. But I think you're doing great so far. Where you will see the challenges is when you're actually drawing the maps, presenting your ideas, and then voting on them. So that's when you're going to you have to really make sure that you're on top of these laws, and whoever you choose as the general counsel will help you do that and make sure that you are staying on top of those laws.
Okay. Taking my cue from Catherine, I'll be quiet. Who's next? Any other questions from anybody? We're all done? Okay, Catherine, your turn.
Okay.
You can question us.
Well, so I did catch the end of Monifa's interview, and she did ask some good questions about kind of the organization and who's working together and things like that. So I'm not going to repeat those because I heard your answers already. But my question is, what do you see as your biggest challenges, either working as a group or accomplishing your goals under the constitutional amendment? Where do you see your biggest challenges?
Well, Catherine, I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think you were astute in your analysis of recognizing our personalities. And if you hear my dog Hendrix, just ignore, I'm going to keep talking. But I think making sure that we all have a voice, well, for sure. I mean, there's a healthy group of us. So that, of course, will bear weight on the decisions, and especially in terms of the mapping example that you gave and how we move as a commission. That for me would be one of my top priorities. Maybe 1.5 would be our relationship with the community once things open up, and how we start to build that bridge even now.
I think that's a really good comment that you made about your communication with the community too, because that's going to have a big impact. And so, Steve, when you said, you know, everything is already on the Zoom and available to the public, how is the FOIA going to impact that? So I can't really say. It could be, you know, communicating with the community probably would be a lot nicer if you could sit at a table together and be face to face. But, you know, it is what it is. We're on Zoom right now. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully we will sit together at a table eventually. But I think that is something really important to think about. And also the best ways to engage the community. And I've seen the emails come in, and I know you have the public comment at the beginning, and those are all good things. But being able to engage in conversation and really understanding what is the makeup of a community, and who are we actually dealing with, because it is about the people, not just information on a page, but you can really learn a lot from being engaged with the community.
Okay, anything else, Catherine?
Well, I don't think I have anything else. I really appreciate your time. Like I said, I have watched a lot of your meetings, so I know you guys a lot better than you know me. So I do hope that I was able to answer your questions. This is who I am. This is generally how I communicate. I try to be an open and honest person. I think I'm a good attorney with a good reputation. I haven't had any grievances filed against me, no attorney discipline. I think I do not participate in political discussions online. I have, of course, I have political opinions, even though I said I'm not affiliated with a party. So we can talk about them sometime if you'd like. But I think I would be a great choice for your general counsel. I am nonpartisan. I have a good reputation among my colleagues and judges and all kinds of people. And I will happily represent the commission and do everything I can to make sure that your goals are accomplished with minimal negative fallout at the end, with the inevitable litigation that will come up. So thank you again for your time. And I have enjoyed meeting with you and talking with you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine.
All right.
We appreciate you being here, and have a nice day and a nice rest of the week.
Thank you to all of you too. Goodbye.
Goodbye. We ready to take another 5 minutes, maybe? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm fine either way. I was just going to say, let's just keep going.
Well, I've seen people dropping out, so let's take 5 minutes.
Seems like we always have the most beautiful days outdoors when we're stuck indoors on Zoom.
That'll change quickly, I
Yeah.
see.
I completely agree. It's gorgeous out right now.
Yeah.
I'm back, guys. I just have my camera off momentarily.
Doug and Rhonda, I just signed the contract and sent it back to Sally. Hopefully she gets it.
Steve, I believe you're good to start.
Did I hear Anthony say he's back? Okay.
Yes, and then Sally said we're good to start, but I don't see Mr. Lancaster.
Okay. Oh, he looks like he's starting to show up.
I don't see anything on my end. You have the advanced view, Steve. It's just
I see his name.
no one here. Okay, good. There he is.
Can you see and hear me now?
We
Yes.
can see you and we can hear you. And if you can close those blinds behind you, we'll be able to see you even better.
Okay. How's that?
That's better.
That's better.
Good.
Well, welcome, Mr. Lancaster. We are happy to have you here to be interviewed for the general counsel position. You will have 3 interviewers today, MC, and we have Doug, and we have Rebecca. We're all happy to hear from you and learn more about you. And before we start, we're going to do a quick round of introductions of ourselves. However, are you okay with Mr. Lancaster? Did James, is there another pronoun or introduction that you would like to use today?
You can just call me Jim. And quite honestly, I don't think you need to introduce yourselves because I've been following this and I've read your applications. And so I kind of know who you all are. So.
Okay, I like that. I'm big on choice though. Okay, so you said Jim?
Jim, yeah. You want me to call you by your first name? Or how do you want to be addressed?
Name.
I don't think we have any. MC is MC. Everyone else, I think, kind of, it's either our last names or first names. If I see some nods, if everyone's comfortable with that.
All right,
Yep.
I'll start with last.
Okay, that's great. So the first person that you'll be hearing from today is MC. Steve, if you have any remarks, please share them now.
I don't. Go right ahead, Jim.
Hey, Steve, and commissioners, I wonder if I could address the last question first, given the amount of public comment that I've generated. I'd like to just kind of say a few things on that. If that's
sure, go ahead.
Okay.
You are fine. Yep.
You know, first of all, I want to assure you that if you select me, I will be giving you unbiased, nonpartisan advice. In fact, when I interviewed with Voters Not Politicians, that was one of the first things they asked me, because I told them, I said, hey, look, because they said they wanted to be nonpartisan. I said, look, I've been involved in Democratic politics and so on. And, you know, it's interesting because, you know, Nancy Wang, of course, sent you a letter back in November. And one of the things she said was, when a member of the public raises concerns about it, that a candidate is too partisan to do this job well, or has a troubling history of alienating colleagues and stakeholders, it's important to listen. But then I think you will have noticed on my application, my submission, I had a great letter of recommendation from Nancy Wang. And she said that I operated with Voters Not Politicians in a nonpartisan manner. And I just hope you'll take that into account. Secondly, you know, I've been practicing the area of election law and campaign finance law for years. And as a practical matter, you know, there's people who maybe dabble in this stuff, but if you're doing it kind of in a big way, you got to pick a side. You know, you just have to. And in fact, it's interesting because when we were looking for outside counsel, one of the first guys I called was John Pierce to see if he would give us a proposal. I know you know John because he gave a presentation to you at your orientation. And John's an interesting guy. He's a superb lawyer. And Steve, you remember this. I think he started out with Tom Downs back in the day when he was first practicing. He was kind of a Democrat. But then, you know, he picked up the Chamber of Commerce as a client and basically went to the Republican side and has been there pretty much ever since. And, you know, frankly, he went there because the money's better than representing Democrats, so which I can't blame him. But as a practical matter, finding a truly top-notch election lawyer who is bipartisan or nonpartisan is almost kind of like finding a unicorn because they just don't exist as a practical matter. The other thing I'd like to point out is that, you know, kind of what's really going on here with the comments that were saying that Lancaster's given the Democrats a bunch of money so he can't be unbiased or nonpartisan. I think it's important that you all realize that these comments are being generated by the Michigan Freedom Fund and its executive director, Tony Dawn. Now, the Michigan Freedom Fund was the organization that funded the opposition in the advertising and so on against Proposal 2. In fact, Mr. Daunt and the Republican Party are the lead plaintiffs in litigation that was filed last year. I think it was like in June or July, in federal court, trying to obtain an order to declare that Proposal 2 is unconstitutional and to enjoin Secretary Benson from implementing, administering, or otherwise enforcing Proposal 2. In other words, despite having lost in the Michigan Court of Appeals, Michigan Supreme Court, and having had 61% of the voters approve this, they were still trying to abolish it. And I mean, they've lost. They lost in the district court and they lost in the Court of Appeals. But I guess my point is that as much as they're, bashing me about my situation, keep in mind, they're trying to abolish you, or they tried to, they haven't succeeded. And that's just kind of the reality, And I think that probably given the fact that, Mr. Dott knows that the legal strategies that allowed BNP to be successful in the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court, you would prefer not to have someone with my experience as a general counsel. I also want to address something that I think there's been somebody who's mentioned that my situation is just like Anna Siebel's. And I would suggest to you it's much different. I mean, the criticism that's been leveled at me has been the fact that I've given money to Democrats. Now, these are by people that don't know me, don't know my work, don't know anything like practice. They just know I was the general counsel for VNP, and I've given Democrats a lot of money. I think with Ms. Siebel, if you look back, a lot of the comments with her, there were some about, her contributions from Republicans, but a lot of them were about the way she acted, the way she operated as the mayor. I mean, like, for instance, one comment was, in our experience, she's not responsive to constituent concerns in a courteous manner. She was not transparent in her dealings. There was a comment about when she lost her position as mayor, I guess she lost by 60% or something, and all the commissioners were basically against her. It was all because of what she did. And these are people who saw her in action. And so I think that that's a lot of what motivated her. I would contrast to my experience. I mean, I was elected to the city council, which is nonpartisan, but it was in, a very heavily Republican city. I was the leading vote getter every time when I ran, because I think that people knew I was responsive and knew that, I wasn't grinding any political axe. And, most people knew I was a Democrat. But I hope you'll just take that into account, when you're making a decision and evaluating me. In fact, there was an email from Scott Westerman, who I don't know, who talked about the fact that some of you said that hiring staff without political footprints. And it said, in truth, these candidates don't exist. Each comes to the table with a political point of view. The overriding determinants should be qualifications and commitments. As you all know, some of the most gifted team members cut their teeth in the political arena. Those who have been involved in promoting Proposal 2 have unique historical knowledge of these issues, have spent time educating themselves in the minutiae, and will be essential to effective execution of this voter mandate. And I would suggest to you that, given my experience, that I kind of fill that bill. Now, in terms of your concerns about whether I'm going to be giving you advice that's biased, I have a suggestion. Regardless of any of these other issues, what I was going to suggest is that the way I'd like to operate with each of you is I want to be as available to you all as I can be. But I also want to make sure that everyone's tuned in to what's going on, that they have the same knowledge base about my advice. So what I want to do is just suggest that we establish a protocol where if you have a question for me, you send it to me in an email in writing. I will respond to it and circulate it to all of you. And if you have a concern about the public perception, I think we consider just publishing my advice on the website for all to see. Now, Steve and Rebecca may shudder at that because of attorney-client privilege, but I've got to tell you, as a practical matter, when I think about what we're going to be doing in the next several months, I'm not sure there's really any secrets here. I don't really have a problem with saying, here's what I said. And that way, if Tony Dodd or any of the other people who criticize me, they got a problem with it, they can contact you and tell you. But also, I think underlying some of this criticism is they think that I'm going to somehow cook the books and try to, get you folks to adopt a plan that helps Democrats. Let me just say this. I would view my role here as preparing making sure there's a record that defends whatever decision you make. And in large part, they'll be working with the experts that we'll need to hire, who will be the witnesses. Because one of the things I can't do as a lawyer is I don't want to get involved in saying, oh, gee, I think you ought to adopt this plan. Because potentially I become a witness. You know, because if there's a litigation on this, it goes to the Supreme Court, but, you know, the opponents will probably subpoena all you and ask your depositions. And I need to be in a position where I can say, look, any advice I gave to them was on the record. The decision on many of these issues, you know, were based on expert advice. And in fact, I think one of the biggest challenges you'll have is getting really good experts who, number one, can can relate to you and explain, you know, the various areas that they'd be giving their opinion on, and then also be able to articulate it to the public. Because ultimately what we need to do is establish a record that defends whatever decisions you make. And I think that there's three areas that are going to be critical regarding, you know, where's going to be expert witnesses. One is, of course, the Voting Rights Act. Now, I'm familiar with it. And, you know, traditionally in the Voting Rights Act, there were two areas where there was potential liability in redistricting. One had to do with Section 4B and Section 5. Section 4B establishes the criteria for determining whether a jurisdiction, a state, township, city, whatever, has discriminated against minorities in voting matters. And then Section 5 is what was called the pre-clearance provision, so that those municipalities that fulfill the criteria that they've had traditional discrimination against minorities, they have to pre-clear with the Justice Department or a three-member panel of judges in the DC Circuit any changes. Well, I think I forget who it was that said this, but there was a decision back a few years ago. It was Shelby Township versus Holder, where basically the Supreme Court killed the pre-clearance requirement. And the way they did it was they claimed that the criteria for establishing discrimination in Section 4B were 40 years old. And it was unconstitutional to use those criteria at this point in time, given changes in demographics and so on. And essentially, since there's no criteria, there's no more pre-clearance. Now in Michigan, that wasn't a big deal because there were only 2 townships in Michigan that were subject to the pre-clearance requirement. One was Buena Vista Township in Saginaw County. The other was Clyde Township in Allegan County. And that had to do with population of Hispanic populations. And so it really wasn't a big deal. But, you know, the criteria for establishing discrimination, and of course you want to avoid this, is very complicated. And it requires someone, an expert of this, not just on legal stuff, but on factual matters. And so, and I don't want to digress too much into that. But the other 2 areas where I think you're going to need some particular advice is in the issue of communities of interest and the issue of whether, you know, you can't have partisanship. Now I'm familiar with, you know, some of the tests that have been used on the partisanship issue, not so much on the communities of interest. And I think one of my jobs is going to be to make sure we have experts who can explain those and guide you as to what criteria, what kind of tests you should use. Because if you notice, you know, the way it's worded, we purposely, it says, shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to a political party. A disproportionate advantage to a political party shall be determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. You're going to have to decide what those measures are that you're going to use. That's not going to be my job. My job is going to be to line up experts who understand this stuff. And then you're going to make the decision on who you want to hire. So, and again, my job is going to be, my partisanship isn't going to be part of this. I'm going to be responsive to you and transparent. And that's the one thing, obviously, if I had any advice for you, is to be as transparent as possible. So that's it. I appreciate allowing me to address that.
You may have answered all of our questions. I'm not sure, but we'll ask them anyway.
Okay.
I was going to say, like, I think in order to be sort of consistent, we should probably answer, but I really appreciate you helping us. I really appreciate you putting it together.
Thank you.
So James, and what I'm asking you to do is, if you have, I'm going to ask the questions,
okay,
and be as responsive and brief as your, because of the large context you gave us before.
Okay.
So first, what appeals to you most about this role?
Obviously, I feel like I have a vested interest in this. I mean, let's face it, folks, I wrote it. I mean, not all of it, of course, but, I work with Nancy Wang, and we've got input from a various number of groups. But the fact that, look, this group that I represented did an extraordinary thing. They got 425,000 signatures in 120 days without paying for a single signature. It was all volunteer. This is the only effort, all volunteer effort, at least in my lifetime, like this. I mean, you've had groups that, you have a Right to Life has sort of done that, but, Right to Life was backing them. We had no institutional backing. We initially were in talks with the ACLU and League of Women Voters and the NAACP, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they wouldn't commit to putting this on the ballot in 2018. And ultimately, voters, not politicians, made the decision, we're just going to do it ourselves. And we sort of broke off with our talks with them. And that's the point at which I basically, rewrote a lot of the proposal and got it ready to get in front of the Board of Canvassers. And of course, I shepherded it through that. I established the legal strategy, litigation strategy. And, I want to see this work. I really want to see this work.
Thank you. What are the, what are the top 3 factors you attribute to your success?
Well, I think number one is, I work hard. I think I work smart. And I think that I'm good at explaining complex issues to my clients. I mean, I've done environmental law, which is probably one of the most complex areas. I've worked in a number of areas of law, and I think that people appreciate that. Secondly, I think I'm able to gain clients' trust because I listen to them and help them achieve their goals. And thirdly, and this is I learned early in my career, I started out at a firm, Frank and Stefani. It was like a 7 or 8 person firm. And I had this guy as my mentor, Sid Frank, who really kind of taught me how to be a lawyer. And one of the things he told me was, never tell a client they can't do something. I've learned over the years that clients can do whatever they want. The best approach is just to explain to them what the law is, what their options are, and what the likely consequences are of each option. And I think that's largely what's made me successful.
Thank you. I think you've spoken to this, but if you want to say more, how do you feel your redistricting experience may apply to this position? Again, I think you've,
Well, there's a couple things you should know. I mean, my redistricting experience goes back to 1992. I litigated my first redistricting regarding Clinton County, because as you may know, not only does the state legislature redistrict, the county commissions have to, because they have districts. And Clinton County, of course, I live in Clinton County in the city of DeWitt. Clinton County came up with a plan that had a district that had two townships that only touched at a corner. Well, it's basic black letter law that a district like that isn't contiguous. So I filed an action. You file actions right in the Court of Appeals of these cases. And frankly, the Court of Appeals didn't even ask for oral argument. They just kicked the plan and said, go do it again. So, and then we litigated on some other issues and frankly, ultimately lost. But I mean, my experience goes back to that. I also was counsel to the House and Senate Democratic caucuses in 2001 on redistricting. And in particular, I worked with John Cherry, who was the minority leader and later lieutenant governor, very closely, as well as some of the senators right in. I mean, I was down on the floor there, kind of strategizing and stuff. So, and of course, then I have the voters, not politicians. And I've given advice, to various clients and stuff on other issues. But my experience in this area goes pretty deep.
Rebecca.
Yep, I was just going to say, you want me to take over? Okay. Good morning. How do you evaluate your experience and knowledge of the State of Michigan Constitution and the Open Meeting Act?
Well, with the Open Meetings Act, I mean, I've lived it because I was a city councilman for 20 years. And I've advised clients. One example is I represented Lansing Community College on an Open Meetings Act issue. It was just crazy. They did something crazy. They were having a problem with their president. And it's a 7-member board. And what they did is one of the members, who should remain nameless, who's a friend of mine, he had 2 other members and the president in his office. Then they had a 4th member sitting in a conference room that was adjacent to his office with the door open, who's just listening. That's a quorum. And so we got challenged on the Open Meetings Act, and frankly, we kind of mitigated the damage. But you know, the one thing I'd say to all of you is that probably one of the biggest potential areas of liability on this is what I call the round robin, because this is something you see is that you know some member goes and says, "Hey, will you vote for this? Hey, will you vote for this? Hey, will you vote for this?" And they show up at the meeting and there's no discussion and they just vote on it. I mean, that's a area, that's probably one of those common problems that you have in this area. So I'm very familiar with the Open Meetings Act. In terms of the constitutional law, you know, when I was in Miller Canfield, we did some work on constitutional law. But I mean, I have a knowledge of it, and of course, understanding constitutional law was key with formulating this proposal. It wasn't just constitutional law, but it was also the election law. And frankly, one of the key issues that I can, you know, I don't want to take up too much time, but I can tell you is that is determining what sections of the Constitution that Proposal 2 would either alter or abrogate. And in fact, the writing sample that I gave to you kind of addresses that. What happened is there's a process with the Elections Bureau where you can submit your petition to them and they can approve it as to form. Now they do a lot of things, like they'll make sure the font sizes are right, because there's a lot of really detailed, you know, it's got to be 8-point font here, 10-point font here, and so on. But they'll check all that stuff for you. But one of the other things they do is they check to see if you've republished all the sections that are being abrogated. And I'll try to be brief on this, but alteration, if you look, there's sort of 2 parts to it. There's the part where you show what you're writing, and you put a strikeout for stuff you're getting rid of, and you know, you put in bold or uppercase what you're adding. But then there's a second section, part of the Constitution that exists that republishes the sections that are affected. Now, alteration is pretty easy. You know, so you strike it out and put something new in. Subrogation is not so easy. Prior to 2012, there was the case law was such that an existing section of the Constitution is abrogated by a proposal. Basically renders, it can't be harmonized, or it renders another section of the Constitution kind of null and void. But in 2012, that changed. And I mentioned this in the writing sample. There was a case called Protect Our Jobs. Basically, I mean, the case focused on challenges to the 4 major ballot proposals, which it was Betty Maroon's bridge proposal, and there was a labor proposal. But there also was a proposal to establish 8 new casinos. It was very specific as to where those casinos would be and the parameters of the approval. And one of the provisions in that proposal was that each of the casinos had to be issued a liquor license. Well, what happened in the case was Justice Zarek, in the majority opinion, said that yes, you know, the existing law is true, but if there's a provision in the Constitution that provides exclusive power, then if the proposed amendment impinges on any aspect of that power, then it's abrogated. Well, in this case, Article 4, Section 41 of the Constitution says that the Liquor Control Commission has exclusive jurisdiction of the trafficking of alcohol in the state. This proposal said they had to issue a liquor license. So the court said that section was abrogated and you didn't republish it, and they kicked it off the ballot. I mean, so after these people had, collected all these signatures and stuff, suddenly they were off the ballot. Well, fast forward to 2017, and look at what we did in this proposal. Article 4, Section 1 of the Constitution says legislative power vests with the House and the Senate. It doesn't say all power, but obviously in the context, kind of sounds like it's all power. Article 5, Section 1 says that all power vests with the executive power vests in the governor. Article 6, Section 1 says, all judicial power vests in the courts. I took the position, and this started when we were working with the ACLU and ironically, one of my former partners in Little Canfield. And Nancy Wang had already been involved in discussions with them, but when she got me involved, I told these people, look, we got to republish these sections. They're clearly being abrogated based on what I see as the 2012 Protect Jobs case. They agreed. We were almost at fisticuffs over this because they said, no, it doesn't, Jim, you're wrong. No, it doesn't, Jim, you're wrong. And that's where we decided, Nancy, I explained it to her and she said, yeah, I think you're right, Jim. And so what we eventually did was broke out talks with those folks and we went our own way. And that's where I just kind of rewrote a lot of the sections and to fix the problems I saw. And we took it to the Board of Canvassers for this approval process. Well, the Elections Bureau staff took the same position. They said, we don't think those sections are abrogated. And I said, come on. They said, no. So ultimately, what I said was, well, what if we alter them? Well, excuse me, they back up. So they said, we don't agree. So, we'll submit it to the Board of Canvassers, but we won't recommend approval, which, probably kills it. So I said, what if we just alter those sections? They said, oh, if you alter them, we don't have a problem with that. And that's why if you look at the writing sample, where it had this language that said, except to the extent as limited or abrogated by Article 4, Section 6, legislative power vests in the state, et cetera, et cetera. And they approved it. And in fact, that was a key legal strategy because I have it on good authority, the former Elections Bureau director, that our opponents were monitoring the situation, were aware of the advice or the position that the Elections Bureau was taking, and they thought that we would just cave in and agree with it. And that's how I thought they were going to knock us off the ballot. We just say, okay, we won't republish it. And that was really a key thing because, again, they didn't think we'd do it. And that was, it basically got to the Court of Appeals. They try to say, well, there are other sections that they abrogated that, like they said, there's a provision in the Constitution requires appropriations by the legislature for all expenditures. They claim that was abrogated. If you need more money, it still has to be by an appropriation. So that wasn't abrogated, et cetera. So, that's, kind of gives you a context of what we did and what I did in terms of trying to tee this thing up so that we were kind of bulletproof. Now, and that's what I would see my job with you is to make sure that your posture is in a way that whatever decision you make, that is defensible. I probably talked too much. I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay, next question. How do you envision the relationship between the general counsel and the other individuals on the redistricting team, such as the executive director or communications director?
Well, I view the executive director as sort of the quarterback in working with her. And I think, having seen her resume, I think we would probably make a team because, she's got incredible experience in terms of working with nonprofit associations and working with people and so on. And I think she looks like a good pick. I would look at me being just working with her to make sure she understands the law and the legal issues, Open Meetings Act and what the Constitution says. And so, and the extent that, and again, but I want to be accessible to you too. And so again, I think there should be a protocol that if you have a legal question for me, I send the response to all of you and of course her and the communications person. With the communications, it'll be a little trickier because, let me see if I got my copy of the Constitution here, because you've got that provision that says that, where is it? It says that the staff, the attorneys, and consultants aren't to communicate to the public unless it's in writing or at an open forum. So I think that with respect to the communications director, we have to be very careful what we say about the redistricting process and how much we can really talk about it. So, I haven't really kind of thought that completely through as how we do that. But I would think, advising whoever that person is as to kind of what's legally permissible, again, to insulate you guys from criticism and potential liability.
Thank you. So this position involves mentoring and advising the Michigan Redistricting team. What are the most important things you will focus on to ensure that you have a cohesive and effective approach?
Well, I think it's communication, it's transparency. But as I mentioned before, I think one of the key issues is going to be the consultants you use, because they're going to be people who are going to give the opinions to you on what criteria you should use for establishing whether there's a partisan bias, whether there's a potential problem with the plan on the Voter Rights Act. And in fact, it's going to be particularly on the Voting Rights Act, I think, tricky because we're going to lose one district. And it's kind of an interesting thing because we do have two majority districts in the congressional delegation. One is the 13th district, which was formerly John Conyers, is now Rashida Tlaib, and then the 14th district, which is Brenda Lawrence. And we really got to analyze the issues because, as I see it under the Voting Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act requires that you not dilute minority participation. But a lot of the population loss is in Southeast Michigan. And, how do you, but yet there's also case law saying you cannot purposely, create a district based on race. And this is where some of the litigation that you've been seeing has come up and what the Supreme Court and like say the Pennsylvania Supreme Court on these districts is, you've probably seen pictures of some of these weird districts that kind of snake around and stuff. And in fact, if you look at the 14th district, it kind of snakes around. It goes to Pontiac, south, goes down road, it cuts down and takes about half of Detroit and then goes down river. And they've shaped it in that way because, that they wanted to make sure they had a majority district. I think that there's a potential that if this were litigated, that a district shaped like that might not work anymore because the courts are starting to look at these weird shaped districts and say, you can't do that. In part because we came to the conclusion that you only did it because of race. So you have this balance legally of, on the one hand, the Voting Rights Act says you can't dilute. On the other hand, the litigation says that you can't purposely district on race. I've been looking at case law and doing research on this because I'm not clear on exactly what's going to happen on that and what the criteria are going to be. But ultimately, there's a potential that you may look at a plan that eliminates a district down in that area. And in fact, if you follow this, there's a push to get Andy Levin, who of course was Sandy Levin's son and was Carl Levin's nephew, to get him appointed as the labor director under the Biden administration. Well, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that the reason they're doing that is because that way they can just cut up his district. And because a lot of his district was Oakland and Macomb counties. And so it'll make the job easier. Now, whether he's going to get that job or whatever, but that's just kind of understanding that that's sort of the dynamic that we have going on here. Because if he doesn't leave, then suddenly, it's a game of musical chairs, and who isn't going to have a chair when the music stops? So.
Okay, last question, and then I'm handing off to Doug. Tell me about the most complex case or project that you've worked on. What did you learn from this experience for your career and about yourself?
Well, certainly the Voters Not Politician was that. But I've had other situations. For example, when I was in Miller Canfield, I did a lot of work for the city of Midland. And I had two projects with them. One was a condemnation project. They wanted to acquire some property for an interchange. They had an interchange off US 10 that was sort of a one-way interchange because you could get off, but you couldn't get back on the highway. So we worked with the city and with MDOT to establish what I call a joint representation agreement. Because the city of Midland agreed that they'd pay property if MDOT would construct the interchange. And so, but the thing is, what we had to do, and I do condemnation law too. What we had to do was find a way to make sure that while Midland is paying for it, they're going to get what they want, but also, ultimately the property had to be put in the name of MDOT. And so that's why, that's one of the instances where I was appointed as a special attorney general, and I forget who said it, said that outside counsel can't represent the state agency. Well, they can, but they just have to be appointed as a special attorney general. So I was appointed as a special attorney general and did the condemnation there. It was kind of a tricky thing, but it all worked out because we had communication, making sure that MDOT's concerns were addressed, that the city's concerns were addressed. That would, again, I think it was communication. Although the city really laid a lot of groundwork because they had been in talks with MDOT about this. The other complex issue I had, it was also City of Midland, because I do environmental law too, is, as you may know, there's a problem with dioxin in the City of Midland, because one of the plants in the city in Midland, I forget what they put dioxin in, but basically this smokestack was spewing dioxin, and it was all over the city. And this has been an ongoing issue with the EPA and DEQ. And one of the issues here was what EPA wanted to do was essentially go through the entire city and scrape off about 3 inches of topsoil. I mean, everywhere. And as they were proposing this, they got us involved, and the city was going nuts, because imagine what a PR problem it would be if you did that, because suddenly it would be like a national. They'd be like Love Canal. Property values would dive and stuff, and so we had to figure out a way that we could convince DEQ and EPA that they could do something less than that, and do some testing and find kind of where the hot spots are, and do some remediation where they had to, but not. I mean, again, they wanted to go through the entire city and basically, like I say, take about 3 inches of topsoil, and that was crazy. So.
Thank you. Doug, you want to take over?
Good to have you with us today, Jim.
Thank you, Doug.
I've got 4 questions. Actually, I generally have 5. You answered the last one initially. Do you have any experience specific to working with other commissions? And can you explain your role and how you impacted the work product of the group?
Well, I've represented a lot of different governmental entities. I've been thinking about that since I saw the question. I don't know if they're technically commissions. I guess I'm kind of assuming when you say that, you're talking about governmental entities, I guess, because I can't think of any commissions. But I've represented obviously the city of Midland. I've represented a lot of municipalities. I did a lot of work in combined sewer overflow cases. A lot of municipalities, because as you probably know, most sewer systems in Michigan, both the sanitary waste and the stormwater, go down the same pipe. And that creates a problem because when you have a large rain event, the plant can't handle it, and the overflow goes in the river. And this has been an ongoing problem. So I've represented, several municipalities on that, and my impact was to basically find more time, but also work with them to see if there's a way they can fund some of the stuff and try to find them funding from the DEQ to help with this. Because as you imagine, the city of Lansing has been doing this for years, in terms of separating the sanitary waste from the stormwater waste. And so I guess my impact there was, number one, kind of holding the DEQ and the Attorney General's off, and number two, working with them to help finance it. But I've also worked with, for example, I had one of my former partners, I called her the Johnny Appleseed of libraries, because I've done construction law, and basically what I did was I worked with her. She was a bond attorney, so she figured out the financing, and I drafted the contracts. And so that's another example. And I represented as a community college on Means Act and some election law issues. Trying to think who else I've represented, but I've done a lot of work in a lot of areas. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever had to advise an executive to make a different decision due to legal reasons? Explain the situation and the result.
Oh yeah.
I think you alluded to this earlier.
Well, no, actually, this is different. When I was general counsel at the MEDC, and again, MEDC is a very complex organization because part of the organization is our employees of the strategic fund who were assigned by Governor Engler to the MEDC. And they are what we call the corporate employees, who I was one, who are paid for by Indian casino gaming revenues. And we had a situation where we had a group that approached the MEDC and the strategic fund where they wanted the strategic fund to issue bonds for a project that in Detroit, where they claimed that they had connections with a prince in Qatar, from the country in the Middle East. And again, they wanted the strategic fund to issue these bonds. Now, I'm not a bond attorney, but basically these bonds, the entity that it gets the money really has the liability. They're almost like non-recourse, but what they want is that because it gives kind of an air of legitimacy to the project by having the strategic fund issue the bonds. Well, that's what they wanted. Well, it didn't take long to figure out that we thought this was kind of a scam. But part of the problem, and the CEO of NDC, Don Jacob, was all excited about this. This is great. This is great. We get a big project in Detroit. But it didn't take very long to figure out this was kind of a scam. But it was tricky because the pastor who was the head of this group was a strong supporter of Governor Granholm's. And so as much as our CEO was really excited about this and, this is a big deal, I said, Don, the governor's office doesn't want this, and plus it looks like it's a scam. And I don't think I, back it up. And I knew that the Attorney General's office would back it because the guy who I was working with, in fact, he was just like, just tell him to go. Just go, tell him to go to hell. This is ridiculous. And so, but I had to convince my boss, he had to back off. I had to convince the Attorney General's office they had to kind of back off. And I had to quietly kill this project, which I was successful in doing. So that's kind of, one where I had to tell, not only my boss, but the Attorney General's office, hey, look, back off. Let's do this subtly, quietly. It worked. So.
Okay, thank you. What do you anticipate to be the most challenging part of the general counsel role?
It's the experts. It's the experts. Again, finding people who, you're comfortable with that they can explain to you some of the complex issues that you'll be facing. I mean, again, for example, when you look at, I'm kind of familiar with some of the different ways they measure partisan bias, but if you read the literature on this, this is like high stakes statistics. They have some really complex modeling that they do, which I was a math major in college, but it's been a long time since I've taken a statistics class. So, but the biggest thing is, and this is I think one of my strengths, is they take complex issues and explain them in a way that people can understand. But also too, they're going to be the expert witnesses. I gotta find some experts that can write, because I've hired a lot of experts, and I mean I can't tell you how many of the reports that I've had to rewrite because they were just incomprehensible. So I mean they just couldn't be understood. So I think that's going to be the biggest thing, because if we can get the right experts and we can create the record to defend whatever constitution you adopt, then we'll be in great shape. I think, because I can tell you one thing, judges hate these cases. They absolutely hate these cases. They're controversial. They don't want to do it. If they can find a way, it was like you saw the Supreme Court let President Trump intervene in election law stuff. These people don't want to deal with this. I mean, it's already decided and stuff. So I think that's the more we can just make this easy for the courts to understand, and understand that comply with the criteria in the Constitution, we're going to be golden. And I think that if we can do that, probably the courts are going to give us the benefit of that.
Okay. My last question is, should we have to go to court? Are you experienced with working with an outside legal team? Explain your role and responsibilities during this type of situation.
Well, let me first say that I've been kind of on both sides of the table. I mean, when I was on city council, we hired consultants and lawyers and so on. And I've been the outside counsel. And, you know, I think that number one is that, I mean, when I was on council, I wanted to find an expert who understood that, who gave me straight advice, up advice, no BS, no spin, but also understand that I was the one making the decision, not them. And as if I was your counsel, I take the same position. You know, you guys are making the decisions. You know, I want to work with you to. I mean, I understand redistricting law, so that you understand what the consequences are of various things, either from the Constitution or the expert opinions, and make sure that that's working. That you understand it, you understand what you're doing, and I think that's probably the biggest challenge. So.
Let me have a follow-up question on that. If we did hire an outside counsel because we got sued, who do you see as the person that develops the legal strategy? Would that be you or the outside counsel?
Well, in the first instance, it'd probably be me, because you know I've had the hands-on experience. But I mean, having said that, well, I mean, my experience with Voters Not Politicians, we hired the Fraser Law Firm, and I said, look, here's where the situation is. This is what I see as the strategy. And then, you know, you talk to them and then see what they have to say, you know. But I think in the first instance, it's probably me. But, you know, again, when we get to a point where we're going to do litigation, or, you know, maybe even get them involved before we're in litigation. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know what your budget situation is in terms of how much you can afford to pay an outside counsel and how soon you could hire them. But I think it's a collaborative thing, too. And again, I think, you know, we need involvement of the board. I mean, we might have to get another one of these 3-person committees and consult with the lawyers on this and work about a strategy. And in fact, in that regard, you know, I think Mike Brady made a good point, is that, you know, as long as it's less than a quorum and it's only advisory, you're not subject to the Open Meetings Act. So, you know, we could probably, you know, meet virtually. Well, we can meet virtually until the end of the year. But I think that we can do it in such a way that we could talk, and then, you know, this whoever you need, maybe call it a legal subcommittee, and you guys could hear it, we could hash it out, and then you can come back to the board and say, here's what the lawyers are saying to us. What do you think? So, but I'd like to get outside counsel involved as early as possible. But like I say, we'd have to figure out what the budget is.
Okay. Let me turn it over to you, Steve.
I can't hear you, Steve. Steve, I think you're muted.
There. How's that?
That's good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It is the afternoon.
You're in private practice. Is it solo practice now?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were hired by us, you would be devoting your full-time efforts to us, not carrying on clients outside?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a point now. I'm 60 years old, and I left Miller Canfield to go kind of do my own thing. And, you know, I'm kind of at a point where I can kind of pick and choose my clients. And at this point, and of course, election law is kind of a cyclical thing. And, you know, right now it's kind of a downside, not just because of the COVID, but, you know, we just got through elections. So this is really good time for me. And, you know, if I got hired for the next year, that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay. Well, at being 50, you're a little bit young for us, but that's okay.
No, 60.
Oh, 60.
And I'm feeling it, man.
Okay. I don't have any other questions that you haven't already answered quite expansively, as a matter of fact, but the other people may have. So now would be the time If anybody else has any questions for Jim. Okay. Jim, you have any for us before we turn you loose?
Well, I mean, I think the only question, and I'm not sure you need to answer right now, is how do you want me to interact with the board? And frankly, my suggestion of, I mean, Steve, you're a lawyer. Rebecca, you're a lawyer. My suggestion that maybe we post my advice on the website. I mean, I don't know. Would you guys be comfortable with that?
Well,
Again, you don't need to answer now, but at least maybe
yeah.
some thoughts.
Well, it's an interesting proposition. Certainly would warrant discussion, and we really haven't given it a lot of thought as to that. Given that the way the committee wrote the amendment, everything's supposed to be transparent out in the open, so that kind of cuts down on what is not out in the open. So.
Yeah, I would be concerned about the impact it could have down the road if there's litigation, because opening up the attorney-client privilege is like opening up the barn door. You can't shut it again once it's open. And, I don't know that we would necessarily want every single thing out there and open from an attorney-client perspective, especially like, let's say we have a problem with one of the people we've hired and we want to remove that person's position, and we have discussions about that would ordinarily be in a closed meeting, with the attorney advising. We might not want that to be able to be open and out there with respect to those decisions. So I would need to give it some thought and think about it and think about what the long-term repercussions could be. I just wouldn't want it to be used as a sword against us down the road, since we're all anticipating litigation down the road.
Okay. We've got one more interview to do, Jim. We appreciate your coming in and talking with us today. Certainly, your opening introduction and closing argument that was wrapped up into one major soliloquy to start with was interesting. And I will say that if Mr. Dawes and you are not friends, it's very apparent. All right.
He was at all the Board of Canvassers meeting going, So.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Have a good day and rest of the week.
All right. You too. Thank you much.
Commissioners, I just wanted to hop on really quick and give you an update that we were able to extend the end of the meeting time until 1:50 today, 1:50. So you should have enough time to give this next candidate the full amount of time and still have some time to discuss your initial thoughts afterwards, as is outlined in the agenda.
Okay. Julianne, ready to go? Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Julianne.
I should have planned that better. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to interview.
You're more than welcome. So our last candidate chose to bypass our wonderful introductions, but I'm giving you the option for us to introduce ourselves. But first, of course, welcome again to the interview. We're excited to have you, excited to learn more about you. And you'll be hearing from 3 of the commissioners today, MC, Rebecca, and Doug, as well as any other commissioners that might chime in and have additional questions for you. How would you like us to refer to you? Any pronouns, any nicknames? What do you want us to call you today?
No, I definitely invite you to call me by my first name, Julianne. Thank you, Vice Chair Kellum. And also, I would also elect to bypass interviews. I've actually been watching all of your meetings, so I'm familiar with everyone.
That sounds good. That works for us. So we'll start with the first person who will be engaging with you today, and that's MC.
Hi, Juliana. Thank you for being here. Oh, excuse me, Julianne.
Thank you for having me.
First, what appeals to you most about this role?
Well, I think what appeals to me most, and frankly, what I find most exciting is there's three considerations. It aligns perfectly with my skill set. I have over 20 years of governmental, not political experience, and it will allow me to expand the impact I have beyond the city of Detroit to the residents of the state of Michigan. Second, it also allows me to continue my public service career, which is very important to me. I love being a public servant. I love my job, but I'm always interested in professional development and growth. So I think this is also a good fit. And lastly, and most importantly, is very exciting to be part of this historic effort to support the commission's critical work in this bipartisan, transparent redistricting effort.
Thank you. So what are the top 3 factors you attribute to your success?
Well, I think over the course of my career, the ability to, there's lots of different skills you bring to different issues or different projects, but I think really the 3 that are the common thread through my experience would be my technical skills in legal writing, analysis, and research. I rely heavily on those technical skills, and also my communication skills, both interpersonal and in writing. Communication skills, including very careful listening, especially when you have a very diverse group of people, which I think people tend to assume Detroit is very homogenous in its thinking, and I can assure you that it is not. We have lobbying going on. We have very, very different viewpoints that are always being folded into this complex political environment. And my third would be, I think, just hard work, plain and simple. Doing the work, being prepared in a proactive manner so that you can address issues as they arise and triage any problems and be more flexible in that way. So just really hard work.
Thank you. How has your experience prepped you for the general counsel role?
Well, I had mentioned that I have over 20 years of governmental experience with the city of Detroit. 10 years of that, over 10 years of that is as a practicing attorney. So I came to the law department about 6 years ago, but prior to that, I was an attorney in-house for city council's research division. So that was very interesting work as well. So I have, through my whole career with the city of Detroit, I have worked with, assisted, and with public bodies. So sunshine laws, the Open Meetings Act, FOIA, drafting legislation, administrative rules, procedures. And my work really has expanded to, I work for the independent office of the Corporation Counsel now. So now I have a lot more direct involvement with with all departments, with the mayor's office, and with we call them the alphabet soup of agencies that exist outside of the city, the statutory agencies, like the Detroit Economic Growth Corporation, the Land Bank Authority, and all of those entities. So I bring all of that to the table for this role.
Thank you. And lastly, how do you feel, for my portion, how do you feel your redistricting experience may apply to this position?
Well, I think that the experience I have is very relevant because I have direct implementation experience. So you can research it, you can study it, and I have a commitment to the principles in the VRA. But really what I bring to the table is in 2009, the city voters passed a referendum that we would move from the at-large system where we met every day in committee of the whole from 9 a.m. to generally 4 or 5 p.m. To the citizens wanted district representation, which we hadn't had since 1918. And we have 7 districts now with 2 members elected at large. And what we did in that process that's directly relevant to the commission's work is we had to be sensitive to our communities of Middle Eastern, of our Hispanic and Asian. We have a very large Bengali and Hmong population. So those considerations. Another thing that was really interesting through the work was that although with the idea of contiguous, now remember we have Highland Park right in the middle of Detroit. So it did pose a lot of, it wasn't as easy as people would think. So you had contiguous areas, but a lot of them were sparsely populated. So while we're not a rural community, there were a lot of considerations about the population in each of the districts. So what we did is we took the proposed maps created by our subject matter experts, and we did heavy community engagement, heavy outreach and feedback with the residents of the city. Now I know the commission here, it's very clearly set forth in subpart 13 of the constitutional amendment, what the criteria are and how they're to be ranked. So this commission has a very clear directive on how this is supposed to proceed. In subpart 14, it talks a lot about the procedures that you have to go through. And so there really is a clear direction. And I believe that my skill set is the best to address the commission's work going forward. There's already been litigation on the formation of the commission, on the appointment of the members. All of those issues have already been addressed by the courts. So what the future litigation is going to be is how do you implement what is in the amendment? Not what did the drafters intend, or what did the vote, what did people think it meant, or you're really looking at the plain language on the document itself. So if it's not contained in the four corners, or if the commission doesn't follow the directives in it, then I think that's where the trouble would be in the future.
Thank you. Rebecca.
Yep, just taking myself off mute. Okay. Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. Thank you.
So how do you evaluate your experience and knowledge of the state of Michigan Constitution and the Open Meetings Act?
So I would evaluate my experience, Commissioner Zatella, based on my work experience, and I would rate it as highly proficient. I'm one of the senior attorneys in the law department's municipal section, so I'm consistently assigned very complex work that requires analysis of Michigan Constitution, statutes, oftentimes federal statutes and the Constitution. So this all plays into the hierarchy of law, which is what my job is, basically. I, as a municipal lawyer at this point, my job is to determine what the statutory and constitutional scheme is, if it's preempted, what's the city's room to regulate, if any, or what advice would I provide to my clients based on all these different laws and situations. So I have extensive experience in quite a few number of the areas, specifically the Michigan Constitution, property and taxation with special assessment districts and foreclosure under the General Property Tax Act. A lot of our local government issues, lending of credit issues. We did a lot of work with fair chance in housing. That required a lot of federal work on my part. So I think really with the city of Detroit being a creature of the state and the state's independent relationship with the federal government, that I have a very solid background in that. Hopefully that's responsive to your question. As to the Open Meetings Act, that has been a part of my professional life from the beginning on literally a daily basis. It is a very short statute, but it is very easy to violate if you are not careful and you don't have good legal guidance. I think people read it and they think, oh, that's easy. No, it's actually a lot harder, especially the ex parte communications. And I know I was very happy to see the posting, the job posting for general counsel, that you highlighted the restriction that staff, commissioners, no one can have conversations with any member of the public regarding redistricting matters. The only exception is for commissioners, and that's in writing or as part of an open meeting. So I really think that is a very different way than most people are used to operating. So I was very pleased to see that in the job posting. My on-the-spot legal advice and parliamentary interpretations would be through my work with the Board of Ethics, the Detroit City Council, the Board of Police Commissioners for the City of Detroit, and the Elected Officials Compensation Commission. So I have extensive experience in the OMA and the interpretation of the Michigan Constitution. The OMA was also recently revised in October of 2020. I wasn't sure if the commission was aware or any of the other qualified candidates that you're interviewing brought it up, but the remote accommodation has been extended through December 31st of 2020, but the further amendments take it for 3 different categories through the end of 2021. And certainly the state of emergency that we're all working through is one of those. And the notice requirements and all of that would be very easy to satisfy. But I did just want to highlight that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm getting some feedback here. Sorry. How do you envision the relationship between the general counsel and the other individuals on the redistricting team, such as the executive director and communications director?
That's a great question. I envision, and I would do my best to facilitate a very collaborative working environment that would have mutual respect and highlight and uplift. We all have individual roles, but our common role and our common goal is to support the commission and make your jobs easier. So that would be my focus and the foundation I would want to lay down. I believe that communication and relationship building is key in those areas, and it helps to be able to strategically plan for the future. And you always have emergencies, and your schedules always doesn't go exactly how you want being a public body, and you also don't have control of a lot of the things that happen when you're a public body. But to the extent we can, it's always good to be prepared for that. And I've also put some thought into a 30-60-90 legal plan, and how working with the executive director and the communication designee would fit into that. But really it's establishing what kind of a communication the commission wants and make sure that is done consistently, completely, and that your expectations are being met. So no one feels that different individual members are getting different information or attention. So I think those things always are important in a team setting.
Okay, thank you. This position involves mentoring and advising the Michigan redistricting team. What are the most important things you would focus on to ensure that you have a cohesive and effective approach?
Wonderful. So my legal ticket says attorney and counselor. And so I think a lot of times people think lawyers, oh, they just go to court, or oh, they just write laws or whatnot. No, a lot of our time is spent advising clients. So I think this is a critical aspect to the job. My personal goal would be to establish a positive working environment and build those relationships. I don't always give my clients the greatest news, or it's not always a yes. My goal is to ascertain what the client's needs are and goals are, and then give them options on how to achieve those goals that are legally defensible. So I think, again, as I stated in the previous question, establishing what the communication that the commission is looking for and needs, and how your staff can meet those needs. Again, I'm in a unique position if I were selected as your legal counsel, because I would be giving you privileged information and making legal recommendations to you. So we might have a more unique or a slightly more nuanced communication strategy than that would be encompassed in your overall plan.
Okay. All right, last question, and then I'm handing it over to Doug. Tell me about the most complex case or project that you've worked on. What did you learn from this experience for your career and about yourself?
So this is an interesting question because there are a lot of choices. And I think a lot of it comes from my legal opinion drafting, because I think the ordinance and legislative work is only one piece of it. I stated earlier how generally, even all of my assignments, I have to go through multiple levels of analysis of regulation at minimum at the state level, generally extended even through the federal, and seeing where the city could regulate. But what I'd like to do is highlight an issue that happened towards the beginning of my career with the city, and then something that happened later in my career, because I really feel like, to answer the question about what did I learn from this experience, in retrospect, I learned that the more you develop that skill set and fine tune your skill set, the more successful you can be. And I think Commissioner Zittel, I think it was you that said in the December 3rd meeting, the longer you practice law, the more specialized your skills become. So my skill set is specialized in serving public bodies and serving public corporations. So it directly relates what the commission is doing. But I'll get to my examples because I know you have more questions. So I would say the litigation, actually it was between the mayor and city council. So that was very unique in and of itself. regarding the transfer of Cobo Hall happened towards more towards the beginning of my legal career. And in that litigation, I played a supportive role in preparing filings and briefs and really supporting our outside counsel. So that, and the city council was successful. The court ultimately held that the mayor did not follow the statute. So that was how the court held that. So, and now more recently, we were doing property cases with the Marathon Oil and trying to relocate residents for health and safety reasons and the Marathon expansion and really environmental and health concerns the city takes very, very seriously. I'm working on another ordinance right now regarding the river and barriers that is also going to have a huge impact in the city. But I really think now when I work on those larger, more controversial issues, that because of my role within the department, it's a leadership role. It's setting the priorities, setting the goalposts, and making sure that the team's efforts are successful. I hope that was responsive.
Doug, you want to jump in?
I sure will. It's good to have you with us this afternoon. Do you have any experience specific to working with other commissions? If you do, explain your role and how you impacted the work product of the group.
Actually, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Yes, I have extensive experience working with commissions, both elected and appointed commissions. So I'll start highlighting, I mentioned earlier the Elected Officials Compensation Commission, just in passing. So I'll highlight that. Every 2 years, this commission is convened to examine the salaries of elected officials in local units. So this commission my role is very, very broad. I'm their commission counsel. So I've had a very large impact on their work product, facilitating the meetings, availability, the agendas, drafting all of their resolutions, providing them legal guidance, attending their meetings, and being able to answer questions that the commission has, not only about the roles of the elected officials in the city, but the process by which the commission is statutorily designated to do its work. One interesting thing about the commission is that its determination when forwarded to city council is effective unless it's rejected. And normally things are forwarded to council for confirmation. So that's always a very interesting discussion to have at the city council process when I facilitate the committee's recommendations through council. The second would be the Charter Commission, which is an elected commission, I started with the city just after the 97 charter was enacted. So my experience with the commissions for charter were 2012, and currently the 2020 Charter Commission just finished voting proposals last night, another late night meeting we had. So their work in drafting is going to continue next year, and that will appear on the ballot next year. Very exciting. So I was not the lead attorney in the 2012 charter. I was working for council's research division. So my role was very impactful though, because I was vetting proposals and conducting extensive legal research on the topics that the commission was reaching out about, or that council had identified as important to it that it wanted to be advocated for before that commission. The 2012 commission, I had significant involvement prior to their hiring of their own general counsel. Myself and other lawyers in the law department participated in facilitating their trainings and setting up their meeting schedules. They drafted their bylaws, provided legal advice and parliamentary advice to them. Again, in that interim period before they were able to hire their own parliamentarian and their own general counsel. And certainly that when their counsel reaches out to us, we assist them as best we can. The third and last example I'll give, it's not a board, but it's a very, very important commission, or excuse me, it's not a commission, it's a very important board in the city of Detroit, is our Board of Ethics. And I served as their general counsel as well. So I prepared all the preliminary analysis, either from external complaints or from internal requests for advisory opinions. I provided legal advice at meetings and closed sessions, and provided really go to any of their legal advice that they needed. Their commission or that board has been very, very busy in the last year or so, excuse me. So that work has been very important, interpreting and applying not only the standards of conduct, but also the disclosure requirements of the charter and the city code.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever had to advise an executive to make a different decision due to legal reasons? And explain the situation and the result.
Okay, so yes. So there was a time, I'll stick with the Board of Ethics since I just spoke to them about at length. So there was a time when an item got put on the agenda about appointing ethics ambassadors in individual departments to kind of serve as ethics liaisons. And this ended up getting put on the agenda without any discussion amongst staff. So one of the things that I did when I became general counsel is started having weekly staff meetings so that instead of showing up to the board's meeting and staff is kind of, well, what about this? What about that? We would discuss all of the matters that were coming before the board so that we could answer questions, find out the status of investigations, find out the legal recommendations and discuss all of that and be prepared. So that didn't happen in this instance. So what ended up occurring was the board put the issue, they tabled the issue so that I could write a legal opinion on it, which concluded that the board did not have the authority to direct the activities of executive department staff. The report, I also highlighted how that could be done because again, I think a big part of my role for the city is to if you're saying no, say how it can be a yes if there is that avenue. So I thought that was really important to highlight as well. And then what ended up ultimately happening is they followed my legal recommendation and the issue and didn't pursue the issue.
Okay. What do you anticipate to be the most challenging part of the general counsel role?
Okay. So I think really one of the most challenging aspects is going to make sure that the commission has all of the information it needs. Again, the census data, there's a oral argument before the U.S. Supreme Court occurred on November 30th on whether or not to include the decision to exclude undocumented immigrants from the apportionment base. So making sure when those decisions come out that the commission has the most up-to-date and accurate legal information in the context to do its work. Really having that cohesive staff support for the commission and doing all that within a very tight time frame. I know when I was backing out the flight plan for the commission with the November 1st, 2021 deadline, when you back that out with the 10 public hearings to put information to the public, at least five public hearings statewide for proposed plans, and then the 45 days before November 1st is September 17th. So all of this critical, important work has to be methodically done within a very short time frame. So I think really being very responsive, being very direct and clear with the commission is going to be the most critical.
Okay. Should we have to go to court? We anticipate that we may have to. Are you experienced with working with an outside legal team? And explain what you think your roles and responsibilities during this type of situation.
So yes, I am very experienced working with a legal team, either by providing representation directly or managing outside counsel. My role has been more administrative on litigation teams at this point. I'm sure you could ascertain that through my resume. Role is more of the hub managing the process. I have a project management and Lean Six Sigma background as well, which initially I thought, how can I make this fit into the legal context? But it's extraordinarily relevant when you're talking about process efficiencies and how those translate into financial and cost savings, I think is very critical. But going back to your question, I've participated in prosecution of criminal matters and civil litigation as well. My role is varied depending on the needs of the case. So again, through my career, I'll highlight, that growth that has occurred where now it's more active participation and ensuring that there's a clear scope of services if outside counsel is retained. I do agree though, and reassure the commission that litigation, you can't avoid litigation, especially in the public arena. So it's nearly impossible to avoid. The goal is to minimize risk by proceeding in a legally sound manner to make sure that your position is defensible. And here, I think really the commission making sure that the public is aware of the expected impacts. There's already so much transparency built into the constitutional amendment itself. I think that'll be very helpful, but someone will always be unhappy. So I would be prepared as your general counsel to either handle your litigation matters directly or to advise and retain specialized outside counsel and be able to direct and manage that process for the commission to achieve your goals.
Okay, I have a follow-up question relative to that. Should we have an outside counsel obtained and you're working with them, who do you see as the person yourself or the outside counsel to develop a legal strategy?
Well, I would say that would be that would ultimately rest upon me in my role, and certainly those discussions with outside counsel, we would be able to craft the best legal strategy to present to the commission on the way to move forward. So again, I think if it was a situation where we were engaging outside counsel, that their opinion and their suggestions would have weight, but ultimately it would be my responsibility to make sure that that the commission's legal needs are being addressed sufficiently.
Okay. Last question. Can you tell us what political party that you affiliate with? And have you contributed to a political party or a candidate?
Okay. So yes, I know the constitutional amendment at subpart 5 says retaining independent, nonpartisan subject matter experts and legal counsel. So I definitely meet the criteria in subpart 5. I do not have any political affiliation. I vote in every election, so it's not that I don't take my civic duty seriously. It's just in my role, it is my opinion professionally that in my role, if I'm convening work groups with really diverse stakeholders, either that include internal city departments, community members, public interest groups, my work centers around bringing very, very different groups of people together that have very divergent interests on a single topic. So if I was trying to facilitate these groups and produce a work product, whether it's legislation or a policy or an executive order or any of these things, that I would, if you're coming to those meetings and you think that I'm biased against you, or you're less likely to share your ideas. And every opinion and every idea has value and should be expressed. So I really feel like it would be distracting to the goals, and we wouldn't have the best work product coming out of these efforts to set public policy. So making sure that I answered every aspect of your question. So I don't have any political affiliation. I actually had to research, like you did, what my donations were, because again, since I started with the city, I've just either you give to everybody for everything or nothing, and that would just make me a volunteer if I was donating to every single candidate for every single office. So, so I went with the extreme opposite view, which is totally doable. I think again, it goes into that distinction between having experience in government and having experience in politics. And those are two very distinct things. So my two contributions that I would like to disclose to the commission, in 2012, I made a donation to a nonpartisan judge who has been an extremely close family friend for decades. And unfortunately that race was unsuccessful. And I was surprised to find on the FEC website that in 2004, I had donated money to a candidate for Congress, Philip Truen, a Democrat. And I couldn't remember why I did that. And come to find out in talking to my social group that they were a friend from the Navy of a very close family friend of mine for decades. So those are the two items that I would like to disclose.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Doug. This, Julianne, is a full-time position, and you obviously have a full-time job. You're prepared to leave that job and come work for us full-time if we should choose?
Yes. And I have, some days it appears like for most of us that I have 4 full-time jobs during my 1 full-time job. So I'm prepared to devote that same energy and attention and time investment to the work of the commission.
And you've indicated that you're familiar with the Voting Rights Act.
Yes.
And you seem to be following some of the Supreme Court cases involving the questions around voting rights, census, etc. Is that true?
Yes, it's very true. One of my client departments is the Department of Elections. So we have been extraordinarily busy this election season. So I follow really what goes on as part of my job. So that includes being in tune with what's going on at the Supreme Court on different issues, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. We generally have a lot of relevant issues there. And one thing I do with my work is if I'm approaching drafting legislation, I want to look at what other areas have failed. So a lot of the fair chance and housing work that I did was looking at what Seattle did, what they did in California, and what the legal challenges were so that I could address those legal challenges up front in my work product so that it would be better survived. Same thing with short-term rentals, Airbnbs, different things. But to get back to your direct question, Chair Lett, yes, I do monitor all of that, and I would continue to monitor all of that. I've watched the different panels on communities of interest that Secretary Benson has participated in. I've been doing a lot of research on California and the other communities that have already done this redistricting, what their challenges were, and how that was either addressed in the constitutional amendment or how this commission can address those concerns in moving forward in its work.
Okay. Lost my train of thought now. Anybody else have any questions for Julianne? Rhonda.
Hi, Julianne. I'm not an attorney, so sometimes when attorneys talk, I hear them talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and I don't really understand what they're saying. You mentioned sunshine laws when you were just talking. Could you explain sunshine laws to me kind of in a layman's term, so whereas somebody like me that doesn't have legal experience can understand it?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Lang, for that question, because I think it's very important that when lawyers do start talking boring, that you always have to have your message directed to your constituency. So I think it's really important always to be clear. And I know we're always criticized in the city because we just use acronyms or the alphabet soup and we shorten everything and no one knows what we're talking about. So I very much appreciate your question and the opportunity to go a little bit deeper into it. So sunshine laws is the umbrella term for the Open Meetings Act and the Freedom of Information Act. Now those two acts, the sunshine laws is to bring light on the governmental process, to be transparent in our work. And I definitely think both of those are critical to public bodies work and to governmental work in the state of Michigan and federally. I worked to draft the open data executive order. We were in the city of Detroit, created an open data portal, and we were putting information that could be released in this portal so that the public wouldn't have to submit FOIAs and go through that process and have to pay for somebody to look through the records, to redact the records. And then that's where the costs come in, really, is the physical labor needed to go through those things. But and actually the open data portal relates to when Mr. Durst was talking during the census presentation about the block data and the community group. What we found in certain identified, thankfully, before it became too big of an issue, was that in some very sparsely populated areas of the city, you could actually pinpoint where things occurred based on the data in the open data portal. So we had to redo the algorithms working with our IT department to minimize that information getting out. But really, the sunshine laws are there for the benefit of the public. They're there to help public bodies. I think it helps the government when things are transparent and can be explained and questioned. So I'm committed to both of those.
Anybody else? Rhonda, is that it for you? Okay. Who else? Okay. Not seeing anybody. Julianne, do you have any questions of us? Now's your chance.
Well, I really feel like in watching the committee's meetings and really looking at like the RFQ that you put out for your data analyst position, you have the 3 RFQs. I really feel that you're doing very thoughtful, excellent work, and I'm just very excited to be considered for the position. And I hope that I've answered all your questions. I'd be happy to answer any follow-up questions or present any additional information that is needed. But I would very much like to serve as your general counsel. I believe that all of my work has prepared me with a direct skill set relevant to what you're doing, which is very specialized. And I think it's just a very exciting idea to be working in this area. And I would love to support your very important work. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Anybody else have anything? All right. We thank you for coming in and bearing with us as we kind of went over on different people, but that's the way these things go.
I am not surprised at all, and it is not a problem ever.
Okay. Well,
thank you very much.
We will be getting back with you. I'm sure you've been watching, and as we said to everybody, we'll get back with you. It's not going to be this afternoon and probably isn't going to be this week, but we will get back with everybody and let you know who we decided on and where everybody ended up.
Well, I appreciate that very much, and thank you again for all your thoughtful deliberation in this process, and I wish you all the best in your work.
Thank you. You have a rest of your day, be a good one, and rest of the week.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Yeah, bye. Okay. We have 15 minutes to 1:30. We actually have a little more time than that. We can have some discussion now, which would be good. And we have another meeting set for the 17th of this month, which I think will be our last meeting for this year. Sally, you there? Hi there.
Hello. Yes, I am.
I thought you may have gone to lunch.
Nope. I'm right here.
Okay. On the 17th, we're going to be talking about what we're going to do with the communications director job position and more discussion on the general counsel, right?
And your schedule, at least for January as well. And I would, I'll touch base with your new executive director as well, to make sure that there's nothing else that she'd like to cover. But hopefully she will have signed the contract at that point, and she'll be able to participate in your meeting as well.
Okay. Did you get my email back?
I have not, so I was going to ask you to resend it at the end of the meeting.
Once we get off, I'll give it another shot. I told Doug and Rhonda that I signed it. All right. So we will have time next Thursday, the 17th, to have a further, more in-depth discussion, but I don't want to put cold water on anybody that wants to have initial impressions. My initial impressions were that all of them did a good job. I'll say good. Some did, I guess, better than others, but I thought the 4 candidates certainly, I don't think there was anybody that I would disqualify right out of the chute. Juanita, you're raising your hand. Take yourself off mute so we can hear you.
I just want to make a comment.
Sure.
I think you guys did a great job in choosing and selecting your candidates. I enjoyed personally, I know you're not taking a vote yet, but I enjoyed I'm gonna speak on all three of them that I really took attention to. Ms. Kerwood, she spoke very clear and she held my attention. Mr. Lancaster was very informative. He spoke on the things that I wanted to really ask when he first took the mic. He explained his reasoning for why everybody was denying or opposing him. So I was glad that he did that. And I enjoyed Miss Petula. I thought she was pretty good. And so that's all I want to say about that. Very, very experienced, pretty good and knowledgeable.
I don't disagree with your comments. Doug?
Yeah, I thought all 4 brought something positive to the table. In my mind, I kind of narrowed it down to 2 people, Catherine and Julianne. I thought they were a little bit above the others, and I think both of them would be easy for us to work with. I think they came across very cooperative, and not that the others didn't, but a little bit more so, and a little bit more knowledgeable about the cooperative relationship, among the entire team. So in my mind, I've kind of narrowed it down to those 2, and I personally think it'd be a tough choice between those 2.
Doug, could you repeat which 2? I had stepped out and popped back in, so I missed which 2.
Julianne and Catherine. Yeah, that.
Rhonda, you have your hand up or you're resting your elbow?
Both. I think I've got 2 that I gravitated to a little bit more. My first one was Julianne. Her experience that she talks about in every aspect. I mean, even having experience with redistricting itself is a big thing. How she presented herself. And I wasn't lying. Sometimes when we've had attorneys, even Mike Brady, no offense, Mike talk, I get lost in the conversation when he's explaining stuff. I'm trying to follow, but sometimes I don't. And I feel like Julianne, when she was answering her questions, they were kind of to the point and not long and drawn out to where you lose, interest or lose the message that's being put out there. So I really appreciated that. My second one, actually, I kind of went a little different route, I think, was Monifa. She was kind of my second. And just from some of the things she said, her experience working with the legal team, she's had experience with commissions and all of that. So there was something about her I kind of liked. And if I'm doing the full rundown, Catherine was, yes, obviously very experienced. Something that she said, though, I was kind of like, and I understand the premise where she was getting to, but how she talked about some of us on the commission are a little more verbal than others, which obviously we are, but I understand the premise of where she was going with that. But yet I also feel like that could kind of be a deterrent, because I think the commission as a whole, we try to encourage people to. I know, like I myself, I've been very vocal the past 5 or 6 meetings, but when I first started, I wasn't comfortable in that position. So I guess to make comment like that kind of makes me think like, oh, well, even if you weren't talking about me, am I talking too much? I'd hate for somebody to be deterred from sharing their opinions based off from worrying that we're going to get sued if they share their opinion too much. So that was kind of, I get the premise where she was coming from, but I was kind of thinking it could be a little counterproductive. Other than that, she's got great experience. Mr. Lancaster, I believe everybody knows my feelings as far as that goes. He's got much experience. It's nothing personal, but I do still believe it's a conflict of interest for him to serve on this committee. And it's no offense to anything. I know the last meeting we discussed it, and we even had a letter from a lawyer in our comments. I know he was talking a lot about the other commission or the other group, whatever they were, Freedom Fund or whatever. We had the same thing with the executive director from Voters Not Politicians, a lot of them from the other standpoint. My thing with conflict of interest, he worked directly for and was paid by them. They did receive outside funding. My second one, and I know it was discussed the last meeting, but I personally do believe it's a conflict of interest for somebody on this commission that knows him personally to hire somebody, especially when we're using taxpayer funds to pay that, and we have such an outpouring of public. Even if it is political, I think us as a commission owe it to listen to everybody. And the best thing that we can do as a commission is to come up to a compromise. They've all said it, that we're not going to make everybody happy, but I think the best thing that we can do that will not call into question the integrity of this commission is to come up with a compromise that everybody, even though they may not be happy, but everybody can live with. And that's my opinion on that. I've stressed it before, and I won't burden you guys with it anymore.
Juanita.
I keep trying to speak. It's that I'm using the phone, so I'll speak whenever though. But okay, go ahead, Juanita.
I'll be short. I just thought that if we went with Mr. Lancaster, we probably would be sued after everything is over with. That would be probably my only reason for not selecting him. But and I certainly enjoyed Miss Kerwin. I thought she was very good, but I thought that Julianne was a little bit more experienced with the redistricting. So that's my opinion.
Brittany or Doug? Who's first?
Go ahead and let Brittany.
Brittany?
Juanita, I feel like you. I'm trying to manage my sound via our phones. My top choices, I had three. I really enjoyed Julianne. I enjoyed Catherine, and then I enjoyed Monifa. I think Monifa and Julianne offer, even though different, like unique experience that could be endearing and both helpful to us. I expressed my opinion on Mr. Lancaster. I think has a wealth of experience, but it raises, it's not even about him, but it raises our larger duty to kind of ultimately be more decisive about what's going to happen when we have someone come to the table that we know, number one, and then two, what we're kind of going to do about public comment, because it keeps coming up and it seems like that is a bit of a challenge for us, how we go about those candidates. So I think, yeah, those would be my top two. I think Julianne edged some candidates out because of her experience. And I think there was something very special about Monifa and her willingness to dig in. As we've expressed before about other candidates, though she might not have some of the experience that some of us are maybe looking for or comparing, I think she reminds me of the opportunity that we had walking into this, where we all came from different walks of life, different playing fields. So I'm always going to be open to a candidate that has a high level experience, but also has the opportunity to learn. Doug.
Yeah, I want to make a comment based on what Rhonda had said about Catherine. The way I looked at Catherine and the way she presented things, she's very forward looking to protect us. And I thought that was really a relevant thing. She made two or three examples of that type of thing about how we store our documentation, was one. Getting multiple people involved in our work, I think that was another. And I think we have to be forward looking, and that kind of sways me toward her as we move forward. Not that the others aren't capable or very good, but I kind of like that aspect to her.
Okay, I take it you're done since you turned yourself off. Anybody else? All right, Anthony.
So I think all four candidates did a really good job, and I think this is going to be a pretty tough decision. And before getting into too much detail, I'm going to take the time to rewatch all the applicants' interviews and take more detailed notes for when we meet next, and hopefully take a vote on this. But just preliminary, just to start, I liked Miss Kerwin, Miss Patella, and Mr. Lancaster the best. As far as Lancaster goes, I mean, I kind of look at this a little, I don't know if I'm looking at it right or wrong, but how I look at it is I want the best lawyer to represent me, to represent us if, we're ever in court. And, I think he's the best lawyer just as far as his credentials go and as far as his experience. I think he is, the best lawyer to represent us as far as his experience as a lawyer goes. The points about his political affiliations are ones that we should take into consideration, but I don't think they should completely overcast, who may be the best person for the job. With that said, I also want to echo what's already been said about Catherine. I thought she had very good answers to the questions we asked her. I think she has good experience too, being an assistant AG. And I also want to echo what's been said about Ms. Petulia as well. I thought she'd also make a great candidate.
All right.
Anthony, if I could just quickly, there was something that Anthony brought up that was a good point. I do think we should pick the best lawyer. I think, though, we do have to keep in mind that we're working with these people as well. And there were some that I felt would take the time to make us understand the decisions that we make. And there were others that I felt would go a lot off of what they're already used to, aware of, the research that they've done. And that I found to be a little troublesome, especially since, no offense to our commission, I think we have the inclination not to lean on our own understanding. And while we're still trying to learn to trust ourselves, I would be cautious about someone that took the position of the expert. I want us to be in the decision, able to ask questions, feeling that it's a brave space. And these are touchy-feely words, but they're also things that really do matter. I don't want someone that is going to go off or has the inclination to go off and operate what could appear to be on their own volition.
Dustin.
I just wanted to echo what Anthony said in regards to hiring the best lawyer, but I also want to say that it's a very dangerous thought to think that if we hire one particular person, we will get sued or have more litigation in that particular way, because that's highly speculative. I mean, we're going to have litigation either way. I can't really say that just because we hire one particular person, we will open ourselves up to more litigation just because of that particular individual. So that's all I wanted to say. Other than that, all four were great. I need to review the resumes. I don't have a solid first or second or even third or fourth at this point. So, but that's it for me.
Juanita.
Yes. I didn't even mention Manitha, but I thought she was good. But when it came to just was someone just addressed that the fact that they wanted, I think it was you, Brittany, you wanted to understand the person. And I thought Mr. Lancaster probably is very, very, very experienced, but he lost me several times in his review. I stayed with Kerwin and I stayed with Miss Julianne. And Julianne seemed to be just so experienced, but that's just me. Manifa was good, but I think that she maybe lacked in her coming off as knowing more. Let me put it like that. But she was good, and all of them was good. But I really, I stayed with Julianne. She held my interest and she held my thoughts. I could understand what she was saying. I could understand Miss Kerwood, not being a person that's not an attorney. So that was good for me. I followed them, but I couldn't follow Mr. Lancaster, that's all.
Rebecca.
Yeah, so I've literally spent the last week thinking about Mr. Lancaster in particular. I've actually lost sleep over it, honestly. So I have read through every single comment sent in by the public, the like 50 pages of comments that sent in through the public. And I just have a few comments on that I think need to be raised. Number one is, as I'm sure everybody who looked at them noticed, they were literally cut and paste over and over and over again. It's the same comment that was obviously produced by someone, sent out to a bunch of people and sent in, which is exactly what was brought up with respect to the executive director role with respect to Mrs. Siebold, is that it's a social media campaign. So that's very much how I take the criticism against Mr. Lancaster, is a social media campaign that one person wrote this and one person is driving it, because there was literally no variation in the comments. And then even within the comments themselves, I kept coming back to the same feeling as I read it over and over and over again, that there seems to be just a fundamental lack of understanding on the part of the person who wrote this about the role of the commission, because they kept making comments that the commission was designed to be nonpartisan. That is not true. The commission was specifically designed to be partisan. We have 4 Democrats, we have 4 Republicans, and we have 5 independents. So this whole concept that there could be no partisan involvement, I think, is inaccurate, and I think is a mischaracterization. So that bothers me, this concept that we can't have anyone who has any partisan affiliation, because it's just patently untrue, because half of the people on this board have a partisan affiliation. So that disturbs me, that failure to understand the difference between being partisan and being independent. You can be partisan and still be independent. They're not mutually exclusive. The other thing that really bothered me too about those comments was they were limited to political contributions. That was the only thing that was raised, that he's contributed to Democrats, which to me, that doesn't rise to the level of saying, as some of them said, he's a liberal hack, or he's a leftist agenda, or all the other comments that were kind of thrown in there. I'm like, the fact that someone contributes to something doesn't disqualify them from being able to do a non-biased job. So that bothers me. And then the last thing that bothers me is the inconsistency in saying Voters Not Politicians was an independent commission designed to create us, which is an independent commission, yet Lancaster is biased. So Lancaster drafted the legislation that Voters Not Politicians put into place, but yet you're saying he's biased. So if the commission, if Voters Not Politician is independent and non-biased, and Lancaster was, so I mean, to me, those are 2 entirely contradictory positions. So that disturbs me greatly. So taking into account all of those comments and looking back at, I actually went back and looked at the interviews with Mrs. Siebold and our discussions on that, and our interviews with Bryce and our discussions on Mr. Bryce, and looking back at the commentary from them. I mean, I do think Mr. Lancaster, and maybe this is just because we're both lawyers and we tend to view things the same way, I sort of think he nailed it on the head, that the comments and concerns with the executive director positions weren't just about political donations. They were about conduct. They were about comments by people who had been on the committee and worked with them. In Mr. Bryce's case, it was concerns about a lack of experience compared to other candidates. So it wasn't just like we looked at them and said, you know what, you have a Republican affiliation, you got to go. That's not what happened, and that's not accurate to characterize it that way, I don't think, at least not in my mind, because that wasn't my decision making. So, like I said, lots of concerns, lots of thoughts on my part, and I just want to throw them out there. At the end of the day, are we going to be sued? Yeah, of course we're going to be sued. There are people who want to stop us in our jobs. There are people who are at risk of losing power who do not want us to be successful. We are going to be sued regardless of who we hire. It doesn't matter. My question is, do you want the most qualified person on your team helping you make decisions, helping you avoid landmines to make suing you easy? Or do you want to go with someone who's qualified, but maybe not as experienced? So to me, that comes down to the ultimate question. And I'll tell you, I still haven't resolved it in my brain. Do I believe that Mr. Lancaster has a partisan lean? I don't think that's in dispute. Of course he does. Do I believe that he can be unbiased and render us unbiased legal advice? Absolutely, I believe he can. Am I concerned about the optics and the perception of it? I absolutely am. I really liked Catherine. I really liked Julianne. I liked Monifa as well. I thought they were all equally qualified. I'd say if I'd had to rank them, Julianne came out top in my mind. And, you know, in my brain too, I'm toying around the idea of, I love Mr. Lancaster's experience. I love the fact that he was able to navigate this through the court system, but maybe this just isn't the right role for him right now, because of the impact it might have on the integrity or the perception of the integrity of the commission. But maybe we can keep him in our back pocket, that if this does go to litigation, we can consider him at that time as potentially being litigation counsel if it comes to that, because he has successfully defended it before. So that is my very long-winded thoughts of Rebecca about it. But, you know, to me, the comments that came in are not definitive to me, because I feel like it's one person with one voice speaking, not thousands of people. And I'm not sure we should be disqualifying someone who is ultra experienced based on that. But I am concerned about, we have this incredibly important job, and it is so important that we do it in a way that we can get everybody at the table at the end of the day, everybody thinking and everybody understanding and everybody respecting our decisions and believing that we did things in a fair way. And I'm just not sure that putting someone in a general counsel position who might negatively impact that is the best choice.
Rhonda.
Thank you for your comments, Rebecca. I do see your perspective that you're coming from. I guess I am looking at it a little bit different. As somebody that is not comfortable speaking, is not the best writer. I've seen these letters. Obviously, it was obvious. It was your chain letter or whatever, just fill in your name. I've seen these before for contacting representatives. And I've got a different outlook than you. Some people aren't comfortable writing, so they see this. And yes, I also looked at the addresses. I mean, these weren't coming from one specific area. They were coming from all over the state. I actually noticed one that was the next city over from me, just 12 miles away. So I do think, I get the premise of what you're saying, but I do think we still, even though some of them I know they all said political, but not all of them did. Some of them had concerns. We had concerns from doctors, a judge, other attorneys that thought it was a conflict of interest. I just don't think, being a public body working for the public, that we should discount their voices just because they might lean one way. We had the same comment, and yes, there was some regarding the executive director, regarding her work in general, but there was also a lot that said because she's Republican, because she has Republican signs, because she paid to the Republican National Committee, this, that, and the other. So there were still comments made the same way towards her and towards Mr. Bryce. About the only comments that I heard towards Mr. Bryce were because he commentated on a very conservative radio station. I mean, even the commissioner stated that, that the Republican working for a Republican, those were brought up. I just don't want, as a commission, I don't want in the public eyes to think them to see us as a commission that we're not going to listen to their concerns and take into consideration. And that's why I said, as a commission, I think the best thing that we can do is if we have qualified people, and if we've got things coming at us from both sides, the best thing that we can do to represent everybody in the state is to come up with a compromise that everybody may not be happy with, but that everybody can live with, as long as we're still able to accomplish what we need to get done. But I do understand what you're saying about the form letters, because I noticed that myself. And even in the executive director, when we got all of those, I noticed a lot of them had the same, like the last paragraph or two. And I was thinking to myself, is this a form letter? So I totally get what you're saying there. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
We got Juanita and then Aaron. Juanita.
I just wanted to clarify that I felt the same way as Rebecca when I was reading. I read about 50 of those denials and things on Mr. Lancaster. And the same thing was running through my mind, that these people done got together and they called all their friends and told them to say or be opposed or deny in the same way. That kept crossing my mind the more I read it. And of course, as Rhonda said, we shouldn't let some things separate us. It's not separating me. I'm just telling you my opinion, and I know no one said it, but I just want to share my opinion, who I thought was the best person for the job, where I could interpret and understand what they said, and that was Miss Julianne.
Thank you. Aaron.
Sorry, I had to tell my kids to be quiet for a second. And I've got 4 of them at home right now. I get what everyone's saying. I completely agree with Rebecca. I agree with Rhonda. I thought Mr. Lancaster is probably our most experienced, and he and Julianne were my top picks. But I think with public perception being the way it is, after listening, and the only ones we truly have that are nonpartisan would be Ms. Kerwin and Julianne herself. But with Anthony, you want the best lawyer to defend you. So I think it's going to be a difficult decision. And like Anthony, I will be rewatching the interviews and paying a lot more attention. And I did take extensive notes. But I think if we're going to satisfy the public, we would have to look at the 2 nonpartisan. But are they the most qualified to defend us if and when we're going to be litigated? So that, I think, is a question we all have to ask ourselves.
Okay, we're coming up to actually our drop dead time. So I'm going to take a couple more, because we're going to have time next Thursday to talk about this more, so you can cogitate on what you want to say and write your notes, and we'll be ready to go. But Anthony, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I just want to say, by nature, I'm a pretty skeptical person. And I think it's on us. If any of us don't understand anything from any of the people we hire, we have to speak up and ask them to clarify. I think that was a wonderful question that Rhonda asked to Miss, I keep saying her name wrong. I don't want to do that. I think it's Petulia. But, that question wasn't asked to any of the other candidates. And, I think if it was, they could have had the opportunity to do the same thing. But, like I said, being skeptical, I'm not a person who's just going to accept whatever our executive director or our general counsel or our communications director, say, just to accept it. I'm going to question it, and I'm going to ask, hey, why do you think this is the best way to go about it? Why do you think this is the best method to proceed? And I think, that's something that we can all do. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You guys know my opinion as far as the public comments go. I kind of have the same one as what we had on the executive director. And I also think it's kind of curious that we get all of these in writing, but not many come to talk to us. I just find that a little interesting. But yeah, that's the beautiful thing about this commission. You know, we all have opinions and we're all listening to each other. And now we're gonna have some time to digest and everyone's to come up with a decision. So hopefully the public can see that and trust our judgment from there.
Okay, we'll give Rhonda the last word for today, and we'll move to Thursday, and everybody else can talk.
Mine real quick, because Brittany's got something. It's actually for the attorneys. Maybe you can answer me. I'm hearing about an attorney, if we get sued, defending us, but isn't that kind of the purpose of getting an out? A lot of the questions were directed at if we have another counsel to actually defend us in court, what would your role be with that? So is there two separate roles? Are we looking at somebody that's going to defend us in court, or general counsel? Are we looking at a litigator or a defender, or are we looking at general counsel? I guess is my question. I don't want to get them confused.
I guess that's would be a good topic for next Thursday, since it evolves into what I consider a lengthy discussion if I start talking about it.
Yeah, I'm going to say that my comments never have little to do with public opinion. I like to wait for the interview, and it's what I see in the interview that has me worried about the communication with us as a commission, and then how this person is going to be able to relate to the community. That's when these things that are said on the outside matter. But I do respect everyone's opinion. I still kind of go by, and I am frustrated that we can't, even though there are varying opinions on the commission, that we can't develop a standard, because this is going to keep coming up. And I would like us to really grab ourselves by the bootstrap and decide how we're going to approach, because we're changing the rules, it seems to me, for every candidate, what we're going to consider here, what we're not going to consider there. And I understand these are individuals, but this goes back to honestly what Catherine was saying about how we communicate and make decisions. I thought it was less about boisterous and less boisterous voices. I think she was hinting at us being in a cohesive and listening to each other. And that's all I'm going to say. I'll wait till Thursday for everything else.
Okay, we are at the end of our time. Rhonda, you bring your question back, and I'll be happy to address it. I'm betting that Rebecca may have some thoughts on that. I would normally say a motion to adjourn, but quite frankly, they're going to cut our time off here in about 2 seconds. So everybody have a good week, and we will see everybody back here next Thursday. And I don't have the time right in front of me right now. But it is, or will be, next Thursday at 9 o'clock.
Yes, 9 o'clock.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Have a good weekend.